Creator, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Minister Statement, Minister Department, Finance, Mr. Speaker. Do you see that Dene Zhatıé kandi cultural awareness he kuwago zane teju tego tindega. Di song by si gani de education, culture, employment health, social service. Dene Zhatıé teju tego tindega gani de kandizi lago now the head. Mete honeta con zoom tanti ko de gaudi ze di tle kwero shogo tatrati ze kesio. Tu agent si ze kesi go zai go ginde government ze ke. Di agent ze ke ni de tene kada a ze kesi ji residential school ze ke go de gaudi ze issue. United Nations the Declaration of Rights issue. Go the Treaty Aboriginal Rights here. Ta ti ze keni de la ka ge ti go go de ne tia ze go. Ti dao di go ne zua ti te ze ke si ho. Ne zu wa te na ze te si a tu te go tin te ga zu ta si kan di go go de ne te ze ke a de. So kan di si ko tanti gyu te ze ke si go go ke ne to di ti tle ko go de ga di ze si ze ke. A zhōng ze ke si kan di si yi gong wei ao gin de tu ko ze re to. Da di cabin ze ke si ma si go du si ne se. A mi di go gong di da go go ze ne to ze ke si long on da long government, community government di tene kan di si ya ki di te ze ke si kan di si go da da me da da a ne. Dene Zhatıé e ta ne Zhatıé si me da da a. Agent ze kesi me ze honda se zata ze di ko ze me ze honda shu tene si galagi te ze ke ko ta ze ke ko ne zagute. Di ze kesi me ga zanta. Me ze honda si la di me ta gulia go zin la. Di si me ze honda Canada za ro na ga genda. Di me ta go ze ne te ze ke ni de Department Finance kesi government ya ro tene gala ite go ne te. Di dao kun da sa. Di la me ze hone ta ni de ne zu. Me ze wa te za ni ya zi li. Na kesi kan di si ni zu a go. Na ki di Mr. Speaker di ze kesi me ze honda si public service kan di ko ta ze ke kan di me wa ne se wa ne. Na ki go ni tende ne zu de te go tin de ya. Ta ji ze ke ji yang di da mo lan de mo ze kan da zi na ya gen da tu le. Ne zu e na ze de ni de me ze ha la ko ne zu a ji de le ga la zan da ne zu go ni da ka ni to ne zu le za ze di. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Merci, Minister. Education, Culture, Employment, Mr. Speaker. Du long long dia da se ze hua go dan de di Polytechnic University ze ke si o du te go tin de. Ka we ga ga la ta kam kyu ri chu. A si long ta na ka di ka da a si ga la gi te si ka ni di si la di na ho ti si ka di go a si ti du te go tin de. Ni si ze ke ni de Megaita Aurora College. Da December di shua ka chu ya chu di ya ta teon de. Aurora College a zhong ze ke si se ta teon de di. 48 TG 2019, 29, 29, 2020, 29. The Utah Hanano ya ego di o de di. Aurora College 이제게 메타오다 당디 가라겐다 당디 코타지고 작은디 제게 the government 제게 government organization 이 non-government organization 제게고 예전 메타오다 아티 rural college 에갈기 때제게 아지 고하고 전에 되게 메타오다 rural college 시통들이 나고 제 되고 tin데 다운데 특자대 지제게 이가 강디하고 그인라 rural college kala da nakade ta di Polytech University zekia da di si ta di lang dia do rural college si new gino rural college di jia kan di ji da ko zani yagi ni zekia ta kan di ko gala genda hutli zanda yo o ti zanda ji zekia ju kan di ma ga zanda ko ne ju ko zandi zekia Mr. Speaker, do why the Gala, a sea condition that we can see Thai Goni Hagil. Rural College in Nunavut is a K, Yatagulia got is a Kazi Iti Budget campus is yet the own, then a Kada at the Kazi Kandi Galagan, the Young Life North Slave campus is issue, health and community Zekia. This a Kazi Lagota got out the Yazotekia. On the end, it's a Honda, you walk with the net yard. Massigonite as all the Polytech University, Zekehe. The Undago Guaita, Dandi Tani, was a long detail of the Polytech University. Not it's a business ether. And that gets an ether Undago. College is a car. Megason Bonito, the Chicago, the Quetzas at the Zekia. The issue with the Honda any day, the Zoom, a sea go out than a 10 round. The Cardi, the any day, the Polytech University 2025 was on all. Kakalanta, the Zetian there. And then there's not to lay Yuntana, who get at this you go get an attack. The Aronsi, the any day, Polytech University here. Now the university, as institution that I had. The Candia Sikat and Candia Jit, Kazi Kandi de Yatala, the Kimikatan and Tatake Garden. Yago Galagan, the not Shilandiza, the own indigenous government with the Kocha, the Kazi Kozagandia, the business Kazi, and then they do not say Nugi Iron Dawa. Massier College could see the Kandi Galaganda, Tute, Kauteke He, Sachua, Kotzay. In Dago, I see a Candazilla. Masi. Minister Health and Social Services, Masi, Mr. Speaker. March 3 the social workers are all Canada, GC, because they do the Gotland Dish. This is a social work month ago they do. Mr. Speaker, social workers say is Kozakendi, then a charity family Kotazaka Rogozakendi to the Gotland. Social workers say Tenoko Genete, Hade de Ajigu to Kiathalazake, Kotzaya Ginte, Kozakendi. Ajita Kani that law season I Kotazi the Kikorati. Dala di tle coin, Sutago Wago in a ten, Kozaganti on Dene Zhatıé Onzen is you go in a teatule. Co sanitary mental health, then a condition to mental health illness is used as depression, anxiety, Zekir, Candida Kozaganti, then a candi, the security shows the case. The candia, the candidi jageti, not say, let's out indeed. The la social workers, the hospital. Your own, then a judge quick it is, you go secondly, got the coach, you got the cotarzek. Is yet the Honda, like he see a mina, then a who leads you can do that go second. Mr. Speaker, the Kani, the cotarzek is the condition government, and the CZK program is in Yuga, the ordinary Zago to the Azoyan Dago end. The Kandi Galatsan died the Kitchemetal Zatzandi, me te hoane zu kogulia uti. Tia me te hoane tala kune zu ko age ni de kandi age hi. Na ko tazeke ko te nakia rondi te isi gande. Tant the members of the Cornish Legislative 19 Legislative Assembly kandi si kagin la ediklegeti early childhood development ke ajo tuta. Tant the na se kagondi tu te kotliga de lo de kwaro the government si de tata ke den ti zeke. E ji ajon ko ti koja konezu go gindigini de te kotlindea. Covered territories. E di dia di kandi si ka konezu go age di tuta chikwa Otikoti, di Kotazeke. Social workers, see, took their role in WTG's Kandi Galagite. Indio Kiga was a scene of Honda Sulai, Koni, position Takagetachu. February 1st, 2021, Northwest Territories Health and Social Service Authority is you Zutachi. Koti kotagonezugo agetia kozakin di adi ke galagin da di staff he kote one team dagla ti meta gulia gusta e jesi la ti on staff go masikodi ti adon e di tiata onze situle di programs ke jigo galaganda ti ajon meta go ti ze ke ni de me ze hala shi medicha menite azo le tsata di ti ze ke du te na kandina he galaganda ndi Cabinet later, Masi, Dina the government go to see the Thariki Galaganda, the social work Galaganda. Masi, did the Kesi, and I see the Kesi, Masi go to see the Amidi did the Agate, Isika the Kyogerisho, Tizuta go to the Kesi, Kandisi Dutesi, Kandisi Galade. Masi, Mr. Speaker. Must minister statement, member statement, member Haver South. Must Kata Day First Nation. Esi, tu ye, Kamba Carnival, ne Zergi La, Kuta Zekata, Ta Reserve. Ta Masiguriti Azon Tikago Tizekeni de. Asi zeke ji kandia ga sujudin ji zeke o deni de so why kandia ga tiao de ji zeke. Mr. Speaker, Masi. Di kandi committee ga la gite zeke ji Masi kudi tiazon. Uti ga la ganda. Kon la di carnival aquati. To the Kata de First Nation. Long long there would. Every Lakakodi. The condition Lakako Kyogas. Nezuma getting Nezu condition to Keko Zenawa the Vasuin. Masi. At the Emily South is him. The town of Harry occasion. Masi. Masi good to see anything. Ever see the Kata de First Nation. Come Carnival Committee. Kota Jean Taco Galagan Tate Casey. Masi guru siene sendi masi. Camley. Mr. Speaker, the asi hiati tsinte ki kan DC RTT Metade Dene Zhatıé is on the Kotazeke Ajongoa. Tizeke Razan Dani de Museum Son Kandi Yasala. Hadisi Murati. Ejiteke Mete Honet Ani de du Tegotin de Agonizu. Northern Arts Festival is Masiditi is Zurwatsu. Azogo Zatani di Tiazago. Son Kandisi. Tu Tegotin de Zeke artist Son Yagun. Tu Kandi Zeke Galginta is uni, sont le co a zhong zhe xi go nao de zhe ke zhe mo da ti a zhong me zhe ho da xi go ga go de ne zhe zhe ke go song ba ni zhe o ni de ne zhe a tu ti a zho go ting de a art a de xi zhe ke ni de ka o de ri se la zhe ke zhe ga ita xi a ti a kan ti xi me ta go zai ti a tu le xi zhe ke zhe me zhe huan da shu tu te nai zhe ne lu kandi zhe ke ta zhong me se la sa ka zhe lia go o le xi zhe ke xi kandi ka go ti di art zhe ke go da ta zhe ji ne go ga zhe de ne tia le go ne zu shu ha mia zhe de zhe ke de u zhe di a di government ne si di kandi ga kan ta ni de yi ge di cha zhe go go zhe shu ma si go ge tia zhe go tu te Hearts and the blue cheese ke ji me ta de a sa ma ga zan da zong kan de ni de de o zhe me ne zu ni ji a du le du te go tin de ta fall 2020 ze ke ni the federal government 181 million esa ke de ke per kin heritage arts ke ta ji ji ho da xi ni zu yi song ba xi me ta za de du te go tin de ko za da li ti ya di kan di ze ke ji ya Dene Zhatıé sendi son başı la katilo kotan azel kotande diyecek ya masiri sene.
Thank you, member for Kemlik. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Former Minister of
Masi. Industry and Tourism tekeni. Is former minister is he can DC or going to last assembly. I seen a chat how the dizekesi. Ta dizekesi la mo go in the di la ton me zhen de xi kan di me zhe xi ka zhe le gi me zhe song ba go zha ti me zhe a song ba zhe de qin de yi ji zhe ke ji me gan da di kan di zhe ke lai xin gua zhe quan ni de ka me zhe song ba di qin a zhong company di kan di na ta gi ti o zhe kan di da lo xi zhe ke tia go ju gi di di ta wa ni de ka di xi lai xin gua zhe qu a zhe gong kan di go kandi le kandi du ka kondi le tu mi di ja si go ga ni o ka de zo kandi ka go ti tu kandi ni o ge ni o ta ji ze kya ka kondi du go and di tourism investment ze ke ji ka ni zu ni o za a ge yu di ta ze ga ta $40,000 windfall za di a gu chan di ji ze ke ganda ji go di husky energy di tia ge yan ko count era ka gucha di ze ke ji a si ze ke ji me ga discovery license go wo chu ze ke ga zan di assembly ko ka gi lan tu 2020 ze ke ji di ze ke di ke go ga zan tu honda su la ga go ze za ko da ka ni to di license ze ke ji ta lo si ze ke ji me ga zan da si the minister ko zhe ji kan zhe ji ye xian ye ge ti a zhong ye ti on de le minister di di kan di zhe di ti zo li ya kan di zhe ke ji ga zan da an di ni de zo zan na ki yin da go la dang di ya ka go ti zhe ke go zhe me zhe song bao na zhe ti le regular MLA ko ka ye gyo ge zhong le di zhe ke ji da go ti zhe ke minister si tu le di kan di ji ta de chu zhe ye won di tu la zhe ke ji ya tu te go tin de ya di husky energy zhe ke no te ne minister da du ke ne di la ji da di kan di zhe ke go zan di ya ni de yi wa le si di ma si di
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nunavut Twin Lakes.
Nunavut Twin Lake Machi the budget ze ke ji wo go se ne se de March 16 go za tu ji ta kha je bor ko ta de to ta kha tu te go tin de ze ke ji me je on la son long di gu lia go cha go kwa ze di go kwa ze ti a ze go de ne shi ta ze o gi di Dizeke. Hamle Long, Candisi, the COVID navigating in the Tanana Tenetsea Gindi, Nakizole Co Untan Cotea Gindi. Tom Gondi, 2 days, such in Lazio honors go Tekaris. Dizeke. Taji Titazio Gedise, Tenesi, Yona Jageti, or Gaget, the name is Joa, Hudina Heditio, the late Minister Health Sata. That's a Kezi Condisi, Mego 811 Uzequinde, Condis second. Got a Huakala, tis a Kezi email to Goza. Amidi the Condi, Goza 811 Guldi Linded. Condi make out, make out Mr. Speaker, too. Cody.
At that time, GNWT was establishing on-the-go ways to protect the residents, and as time went on, more and more processes and staff were able to answer and follow up on concerns of residents, which is great. But, Mr. Speaker, I will raise this issue again. My community of Inuvik and the surrounding communities in the Beaufort Delta have been cut off to services that are not available to my region, and with no road to Yellowknife, our closest road is Whitehorse. We have a shortage of dentist appointments and only recently had the dentist office open in Inuvik with a backlog of clients. No vehicle warranty as vehicles get shipped, and it's been 50 below, Mr. Speaker, this winter. They get shipped to Whitehorse. For many services that are not available during normal times, people go to Whitehorse, as it is cheaper than flying to Yellowknife for one person. But now there is even more of a need, with many services limited or not even open. Social public venues are limited, are still not open, and people are suffering from isolation. Mental health issues are of high concern. Mr. Speaker, I've received and continue to receive letters from my community to continue to raise the issue of having a way for the residents of the Beaufort Delta to travel to and from the Yukon. We would appreciate if our Premier brings our voices and work with the Yukon government to open the border. Please give us a window of hope. I will have questions for the Premier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I bring up
Mr. Speaker, Masi, and I put Kozaki. Sago Jasinaki is a Ranger Gotli. Titanet Eli Quegon going to Sax Harbor, Politak, Nunavut. It's a Kazi Kala 1970, don't quay Yaoli Jijika night. Tin ta chi la kha se chin la da la khan di le da la kha sa se na chi la khan diu ka la son se go ze le as go ta ti constitution se ke ji la ta ge ko khon de tsare khan di si de chi te ge ko tli ni de de on ze ni sia ti ni do ha ro si ko tli ko ne je di Dije me senia je tia zago. Is a ke kandisi gazanda. Esi di kongo de konga gotli. Nichi je hone down. Dage sago jesi go de je got. Je hone mogo se. Estio dele. Family sisi kandi dage te dage zelea. Si khare jiwo de nine. Sandira di CM Chi Tulena Zagan Dienezo, the minister joking de Catulena Hiazele. Long, Candiazele Atule, Candidati da in the Sigogate are Tulon de Tizakezia. The family is she to Chicoacon Quigin in the Zek. Long Candizake son by other lagons and the Scotaza Kezi Candiginize. In Taji son Bagoza Tini de Quincinat. The only is you go where Cotas the Azon. Do check Quaconi Kina Jeteki. Contact Gavatan Tazon. The Tintag Honor and the Key Quina Gate, you tell Mr. Speaker, Sir Ryan Casey, Tuishi, Megata Tanya Zitazon, the Quinta Casey, not the minister that you can end the machine.
Thanks, member for Nunavut. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Decho.
Mr. Speaker. Tutte cotinde cotendi nata teze kia codigi diagodande. The 11 tede tiadande coteti Moshe je kandi ajon ici diadande on. Da Mr. Speaker. Ejite kini dekao diagodai tiazagon. Ejite ke 17 Legislative Assembly edition tutte di legeti le asilo tutte gotlindeze che si e si te oza sia de ti e jite hana che meta agita di dize che agico deji ti a 2012 hazadindi tati kandize che si tuesa mentade gala zanta chiusi nisia zon di energy ze che andi te tutte gotlindea kandi gaita zagon Government Northwest Territories. Editia genizela. Tisi te keni de metseni zeshi la ka ne zote le azo. Ti kandi te kesi me ka di te tsenden. GNWT ka te genatsa ka modisho. Ta ti te kesi o. Ta kandi ko de ti te kesi yuna ko tsendi ji te ke wogon seadis. Ta tutte cotinde ze keji kandi khaze legani de meza tadi tiazon uji tadi holi lesi ze ande ne zon sa tu le meke ko de dezi tandi di iti kone ta go di ze keji GWT NWT Housing Corporation ADT shweza kandi si yegandi yegala ganta zgo di energy ze ke ga shen ta GNWT ze kesho. Iti ka kotago agara kandago chakendi atule tize ke stakeholders ase. Kande de tule magwata te GNWT ze ke ka kande kone juazu leni ze ko chandi ze ke ani de kande ya ke ko chande zone. Prime no teji ze ke ta du Kennedy masi.
Thank you, Member for Ditchell. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member Great Slave. Women's Day ze ke o de hon. She ze ke ze ka klenet. The International Women's Day she ze ke she me go tete 1911 ku muri de million people on ze tata India jon kota ze ke. Kandisi, tu thala ton no ga oze si kandisi kala mora ti tu tsenesi. Kandiu kala naga kodejigo.
Photographed DNA and discovered new elements. As I said, Marie Curie is the only person who has won 2 Nobel Prizes in 2 separate sciences, and she did so over 100 years ago at a time when most women didn't even have access to basic
Di zi li li de taka zi tia zi li xia ruo xie de ga na zhong. Du de Canada ji, yu ga zan da du. Dang di go na zhu qiu da di zi ke xiu. Da tia zhou zi xi la ka na zi, zi li xi kang di zi gu za zhen di ni den di zhu a song me ge ga la da zi gong. Da zi zi ho xi ga zhen da, du zi li ga zhen, zi li za zhen di ni zhu a du se COVID-19 zi o lo Iti kandi la go sakendi a tu leon. Tu tsene woman te si kandi si ka me hulia cha. Ha zhong te li si kwa gu sene. Ti tia ma si go te tia lom. Tangdi gala gin ta tse ke. Tangdi niu gini o tse ke si. Ma si go di tia to. Si ka ne se. Te o tse si kandi si ma gan. Ko te ji te koni te ka na he te ga le. Se li si kandi si. Ni zung esi ageni zera ko zao di si ko zagendi. Du si ze li ze li cha zong. Ma si go li tia. A zhong ze li ze ke si. Ni zhu si nyu gini o ze. Ta zhu ze ke si kan di ni de ko ni zhung a du te ze li si kan di ma si go ze di inde ta gu lia gong de ya. Kan di a ze di li ga ya ga. Di ze ya de le. A zho ze kan di ma si go ze di inde te wan ni zhu a ni ma si.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Member statements, member statements, member for Tlabatcha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to clear the air about a few things in relation to my personal experience of racism at the NW.
The racism is the mogu senator dute. Da ajon the case, the NWT the case, SPC aron, the chati can do the case can do the Basiguru Senate. SPCA the case, Ejidaosi, Masi, the Siazgon. Sicati chati oneto, Kandi. Song and you go line that. C'est Taraka, clean, national clean and enjoying down. You don't see much in this yard going.
Dogs provide the transportation for our livelihood. This brings me to my second point. I know there's a process to adopting a dog, and I've been following that.
Cleansy Mogose, cleansy Labataka are down. Cleansy county, mega. Then get and dear, I need them a the kitchen is a do. It's on the lazy take care. Nakim. The county got and tiny day, a sea cashusi, ambulate, lazy. Do it, clean on dizzy or the Suda, Metiago, all of the Siagon. As raw CC car, made this chart, see. The Aronta care.
Mr. Speaker, this whole situation is not about me versus the SPCA. People.
Sigandi se ronde lady, SPCA take o coseni de. The agent de Casey Candy Mogo Sela di racism Mogo Senasa. Downty Nahe ko on downty that say goodly kajani a. Tanti guli tenegatan taji teke yogo konde. Tanti la gute di la onten di kage atene agite di honda guli korat. Jigatan tazo zene talate kandi ji goita. Tanti la go zaiti ati teke jo. Tene kandi ji gainda. Ija tanti tenegite. Tene kandi ji 아서 전이데 데네시 고자전 지아zo 디 디제게 오고 세지 않아 때는 세지 뒤에 자전디 마신디 Mr. Speaker, 디제게 candy racism me order the any deco de jiago. The cards all the cards. Die kan DC la ka me yeza me ke gala ta zo dia zo te ke dia di racism te ta di mora ti te ke ga zan ta di te ke si ta din di te ke ji te ke ga ka me ke na se ya zo ta di se ke de den di te ke ta ti te ke ji ka go na gu te le ne se ji ta di organization de si Dizzy go tells and Dene Zhatıé. It is all the court as public go second the case others. That is the case continue the car, materializing like hit and 8 leading as the child, the machine.
Thank you, member for Tlabatcha. Member statements, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fundamental to any community.
Mr. Speaker, the Kachundeo Guche. Demi cannot the case. The business case was saggy. Did it take a chance? I do metana gaunila to te. Yellow knife is so much a song by sea. Damo than did that is it a case gun. Na Queen Iti offers the cake on the water sea. Nakijana blue teas a credit yeza conezioga liazon, the investment kind there. Kakote senior thing is in da Well, they are on our song party, the kitchen to line it. Chien beauty, you are say something. I didn't get tiki, I see a Canadian nearly you or you go conte. Is it got some that all? Says a liaison, coaches and the other go. I didn't too late, I see him make a coachele Chiani, they hard go to Yatulian. To take out in the Cagandi. Cathedral and the Yonda. Well, and they were at the tight in the kitty near like a diagodan. Is it Diti? Men I need the other down the cookie in Tiki and then at the condom it's a policy right and that Megola to that. And then they go need that they cannot and they can't do with the other one. The cutter in the la dada sago take out the situate the chain of blue tea got that la. That is it, a got and that's gone. The Department of Infrastructure is a 28 million long due kitchen. That's 626 houses who can do all. Some downtown Zeki. Some bicycle. You only got Tatani landed in Israel. Continue the government, see Catule, somebody got the cheesy duty. The one is a minister that you can age the raw profit the case you. Tandia run again, securities. Mercy.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Mahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with great pleasure and honor to acknowledge.
Mercy. White woman, good Steve, take a Mercy, you see. Is it a little case, more easy as Rossi game us in it. The Lucy Jane Simon is you go there. Silly, white woman, a word none. Metala. Melt is over that hardnito. Measure is Yagonisho. Condisi is you kicking. What's a shoe county? Take a case, than as long. Otigo Sanet easy get ya. Take on it and then as you color as a kit and ya take on. Taji the Honda G the Curie or to go out on it. Ta Lucy Simon la Jimmy Ria Menajo. Is a cake candigo car. Is the case. So good Liagucha the clack corner shoe. Go net hard. Ta candigo color. Menau the kitchen is not saying the. Degenan de cutting. Nezu the Keshu, Conezuge or Nezunine lose the Kesi. That Nezuan, 9 lose the Kiajo come because to take out in day. Dame the Meze Worgesika honors the Mugaka Tayad was it. A seaton, Kandi Yachi. He. Kalane Shototi, Me on Dazi Tugin, Tera, Sailing Nezuko right the net. Taji the Kesi, Archie. The zoo Mayatigo can did a Tanemayatigo and then they come Yatizagon. Diam Motisi Yogirio. Tizakiami is only Yorishagin, then Coagua. Tamas to live in Jaguni, Dunezu, Conezugande, after Tanayati, Keshunezugonde, Yezuireto. Taji the Kejita Simoni with I need the cargo seconde, because Yatizeke, quite an ategondi. Cabinet secretaries called Galinda, the Health and Social Service KC, because 25 years to take Galinda, Kala Kandi Galand. Because I did the KC Kandi business management to quite 18 years. Because you can do harder the Galata. Some around that met the artist Morati, as Rotaki. Taji, Ajiti, the Casey, the Tiazaki, the Zui, say the Moose here the Kiko Candina in Luce Kio, Quaconet. A Jean is the Kizikadi Kiri Joji Teleson Kiri Jean. Mr. Speaker, Majesi, Massi, Head du Sin, Cotation, Massi du Sin, City House, Massi. Massi. Yellowknife North, South. Massi. International Women's Day Ka Bagodat. Duisi. Massi Soti, Sezani, a Romassi Kudusi, Tize Kesia. Tisi, Massi Vizataden, Sezani, Wine Galanda, Setane, Kandu Kati Kandisia, Meteco Senite, Karitu Massinide. Tize Kesi Kandisi Lagatanda. Ishida Tize Kesi Mete Honetaisi quarantine, the Honeta Gulia Gucha. Kandigo, Tene Kandisi, Kandi Galagandani de Gogatanda. Hajon the Kesi Kandisi, Tene Kandisi Tagatsat and Tizeki, Kandiageti, Shugotatagadin. Tiajon the Kesi Gatanda, Soti, Tiajon the Kesi, Ka, Tagesi Jardi, Tequego, Gotikati. Mr. Speaker, Iti Massi Gudusi, Hajon the Keller State Assembly, Tikadisi, Tegaladan, that's a key water city. Dati the Kegala, that's a Kisila, Kako Asela, Aduna Hinaga Seland. Dati Ajonsi, Hadikatule Gozati, on it and I see Tarate Nugget Gozati at Dulan. Mr. Speaker, is the Kesi the order. More that the COVID-19 the Honda Hajon la Kisika Nagazin is the go on, then a Kandi Galagite Kesio. Kandi is the go on the Segalite tiny day Massikoditia. Mr. Speaker, then a Kandi Curison, and the Galate the Kikuke Josini de Coquerizon Massikodi the other one. Is the Kesia. Go to see. Ashu. Massi, Tikotasi, Yalna, Massi Kurusi, Nizus Lagalanda, Massin.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife South. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr.
Yellowknife Centre.
Outstanding Volunteer Award recipients in the group category. Inclusion NWT is located in my riding, but we all know and recognize their clients, workers, and
Outstanding Volunteer Award Kenate Kadushi to take Yellowknife Kesia. To do take out the Negalanda, Iteke, Tenesimo Gose, 150 tons goatee to the Yellowknife Kesia. Kandisi Gozatadan, Tikadizek. Gozati Tanakayan Disi, Hajoshi, Gozandi, Kati, Gozayagun de Kati. Tati Zekesi Kandi Talosi, Lagun Linite, Kagozandi, Zeke. Ejiti Honda, Yizonde. Tize Kesi Rinda, Tize Kesi Moda, Tiajontanego Gandanda. You why, Tize COVID, the Honda, can't do the program, see, Kalameke Kagoti, Gozao Tize Kesi. That is a physical, this is a tiny day. As he say, if the Aronsi and as you, Kokyo Tindi. That is the Honda I see. This is staff training. Is the executive director leader. The group is a board is the case. Megaconda, Jean consider Sialico, Ka, Aji is a case can't see. Candy is a cake high and this here. Jean Kozi Yaguzi Kezi Jajon Hoganen Noti Award Kezi Outstanding Volunteer Award. Masi Kozidundi Koze Board Kezi Masi Goduti Tanti Egalagin Data Kezi Tute Kotlin Daisy Tanze Ketsakin Dizaki. Ajon organization Masi Godesi Koze Masi Disi as a go Nezuand Tute Kotlin there Masin.
Thank you. Thank you, member. Member statements. Member statements.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been almost a year since all the craziness of COVID began with us here in the Northwest Territories. While we have largely unaffected by COVID in terms of actual numbers of COVID cases, there have been many hidden consequences resulting.
Jai COVID candy candida mo gosia to take out in the Moniji Metawana South Lakazi, the song. Song Maganda. Then the song, the Honda election, mental health social service, ultimate. Mr. Speaker, you did the sagotation. Si so to see some so to see car so light than a good lead like any day na het na hot is here. Megaita November 2020 si cheer Troy Mehul Zako Deji Setagodi. Tuta Zegata Soti, the anti, is you what he got a mahule. As ya says a molan dian, Nezus and Nation is a candy. Nijitake. Me when I take her the seas go on. Says a molan dian, concession. Then the government is a candy. Magatanta. Doesn't the Indonesia. Now, second dinner son is you. Then a say, then a kill cake one down the ceiling. A raw a seasy candy one yet. Candy say Leon, Mr. Speaker. So the auntie say come and years ago. You not sick. The tia candy see me cake go ha. The tia go the G. John. Nothing I say the sticky at candy go, Mr. Speaker. The agent qui est ici la car, c'est chitana de déjà comme riche. Digo c'est Kodiji tu Kandina na tenase na hetse Kandiji kose Tisia Kodiji le ko agent de desti. Ils disaient on d'avoir. D'ailleurs Kandiji magazin d'aller ne di Kandiji membership ko te kaditi ne ko tsa ta li tiazon. Agent ne ko tsa ta indien ne ja de masini.
Thank you, member for Mumfwee. Our thoughts and prayers are.
Rono tizi a kaiditi, kuzen nishu masi ne a kaiditi, masi.
Member statements. Member statements. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Ayr South.
All question here south. Masi, Mr. Speaker. JWT Housing Corporation take care. Minister, Shitule Nahetse Katiti Tati Kokoisi Nishi status artist in the Shitule was a second day. Mr. Speaker. 42 RCMP units at Casey Gandhi, Magaita, Kochaya, to take out in days at Kiaz Magaita. 2021 Zeki Masi.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also ask the Minister to confirm how the design and the square footage of these units, especially for Hay River, was determined. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Posing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The RCMP units are a federal initiative that took engagement with the RCMP and the federal government.
The RCMP unit, the federal government, lots of the orders that Casey, Editia, Tandy New Guinea was a Casey to go down the end of Massin.
Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask the Minister if she knows if the RCMP members were consulted on the design. And I ask this question because the units appear small.
Kandi Quago the Chihuahua Tata Kerasita, Titago, Checas, Niti Tago, chosen day. Tandy Nugget days a care to take out in days again, the Annie Dandy.
Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our conversations were with the RCMP and with the federal government for.
The federal government are tea, what's a good day to Canada, the kitchen. Can't you don't take a day, any day to Tiago Lazazella? Yagim conduces the Chile and the Massey.
Oral questions. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister know if the RCMP members are required to move out of the current houses and into the new units? And what will happen, I guess, with the units they move out if they're...
It's a tea, quench, as I get you with a good leak. Quench a target in the he that Yagin the quench that's a hand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely, the RCMP members are, I hope they're moving into the units after.
She take a hold in it. She can't easily shake it in the machine. The housing corporation take a see. See, that go the care, she take a. Tandina get the Ketago did the case here. Cargo go take the housing corporation take a see. I get out, Senator, you get out, take it on 18 days.
I would be further with the federal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just excited because we've got 5 new units on the RCMP got to get moved out, potentially available in the community. So, Mr. Speaker, I...
Like when you get here, but you do to send day la dagodia. Minister, that's Chala City, the song but the chaos, writing the chaos. The camera got a tar, unitas on doing better chaos, the massy. Massy, Mr. Speaker. Diga la COVID-19 the honetao. Suanet is a queer condition, says you let the scene. There two, there's a region that Kegani de Ka Megat and Tanaka sent out at Lea. That the members in the secretary they take a hollow hawk took or 2 public housing is equal with here. Is it a case like Ka Tandy Galagan that's a case, Tiaco, that out of Tassi. Says the eye, says the easy to kick out on that. This is Yamagan, that public housing is a little kick on it, 2021 more than day, and it's a new thing in the Joannas and the machine.
Take them off the books and be able to bring in new builds in regards for the community, for each community in my riding, and be able to bring in new units for the people and maybe even...
Certainly new units, so they say, contain 9 days, and then again, this was sent out at the end of machine. Machine, Mr. Speaker, car is the home ownership program, is the go around diners. Zani de Katule, the unit to see Tule, Senasi Tlani de Tule public housing, go 90, Amidi again, these Kiasio. Takaka, the county, Sanjose, Nizu says it, Lego, Jodication at the Chugo cannot take a man out there. As it's a case, you want to take Kadushene. Mr. Riding, Kota Ron, Mendadi Gorandaji, the Kikota, the Kisi, Maganda, Kota, remember that Yatika, Medestati, that it's used, a Siguli, and other Chute Kenny, Akalamake Galata, the Jake, as you take a Rushenes and the. Thank you,
Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for that. This is a question in regards to getting ready for the summer retrofits and renovations season. I'm just wondering if we could get a third party to come into the communities.
The third party la situate ya ro khonsi kaganata. Ti tu imbe tu tuke Senate politics sax harbor zekisi. Because Ajidi la Kunzi Senate Zekia. Go down the Morati Zekisi do go as doing be. Now, Barge can eat a trillion is your countries are to le Candisi Tine, Tennessee, and then is your Addison.
Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Condition rating is a priority as well, too, that, we are looking at the public housing units. I know that, we're reaching the 40-year mark for them. And yes, I will have my staff go into of the units that are there, because I'm quite interested to see the amount of retrofits we need to get done for that riding, and making sure we do get material into that riding on time.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Minister for that again. I'd like to see if the Minister was able to commit to a community tour this summer, and then not only that, but making sure that local people are hired to do the jobs and not bring in outsiders, because the outsiders, that's the problem that we've been having in my riding. So I need local.
Na ho ti si ko ta na ke te di contract ko to ni de ne so da mo lan de ze za so na te kan ji sin ke ha shi cha ga de sin di ma si.
For the Nunavut Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am a supporter as well as for local hire, but some of the retrofits that are required, we do need the expertise to be flown in and to be passing inspection of the work that's potentially going to be done. I don't know the level of work that needs to be done, but I will keep the member informed.
Ki ka ko ti de sia tue de ko ka nda ge la kan di ji tene chen ni se kan di si de ke se I de ke ani de how do you remember me te ka de si jin de ma se.
Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Decho. I premier da du kenese. Premier la kai kyo de je son di tu tandis ko zen di ze kia ko de tines. Premier si cabin ko te ogin de ji te ke jin me joana ze te ze kia si tu yo ko te cabin ze gun de end.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll begin this line of questioning. So I am just totally unhappy that my picture is not in the energy strategy.
Ki se ga sule na te ka de sia tu ka ta tia di kam kyo de jon shi ji te ke jin ki son lan di kan di nai de ji tan di kon de ze ki ka ju ta de ta tu mo ko sia bu chan di ma si.
Honorable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Mr. Speaker, some of the largest energy users of fossil fuels are the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation, Northwest Territories Power Corporation, and Marine Transportation Services.
Yeah, Joji Kedageti Tedeko Premier. the department see to le Untani Zago Ajita Tanugi the Classy Zeke, the Mekotel Zeke with 80 Konzeki Addisindi.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do know that we have a long-term energy strategy. However, it is not under my portfolio. It's the Minister of Infrastructure, so I'd like to defer the question.
Yeah, in Ministry of Infrastructure, responsible
for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so we have under the 2030
and 2030 the energy and this is the 34 million megawatt. She said that this is to the mega energy system gas it. Because I thought the case the case ka megata thade city dizekea ta dizekezi generally tc ka yegati shogela oche kandida ochata ke dia tu lady energy zeke gani de the Arctic Energy Alliance sim ko zaiti as go di kandine zoza tu le na to rebate tagala gantayen tanjina ce son paquet dans la tite qui jiwayen and there the energy si kandisi hydropower si yuka ko tsekute ta Mr. Speaker ya ka kandia ko ontu ne wane tsekari sienes and the machine.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Vision from 2020 was founded upon the goal of reducing imported fuels and greater utilization of local and renewable forms of energy.
The Kekoze ke Premier Karusina. Situle Kagoti, the Kesu Situle was unending. In the department knowledge.
Cho, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
I thought I heard Premier in there, but that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are always looking at ways to be able to reduce some of the costs of, especially to the public, NTPC, housing, housing corporation, and that's why we buy bulk and use MTS to be able to deliver some of our fuel services up and down the Mackenzie Valley Highway, or Mackenzie Valley.
It's a fuel is here, Mackenzie.
Questions, member for Decho.
Mr. Speaker, all my questions are all related to biomass strategy, not to liquid fuels. Electricity rates keep climbing every time the price of diesel goes up. I note the hydro dams plants burn up a significant.
Iti kone diesel that any day diesel that any day iti kone diati. That the county NCPC la situle in dadi kegeneta. And there the use the greenhouse gas. And then there iti kone situle juagel. Tizeki water in the machine.
Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government of the North.
See, Mr. Speaker, Government North Territories is a kind to and that and that the biomass, the gas, the energy. Wood pellet that's in la Nizua the Tile, Gala il Moratile to take out in there. Business case here. The Arjonsi. In Dasi la kai dog it is in. It's a biomass heating the DC, you were DC. I don't see method like the Tian to the public take here with a good day. Da is it take any day, come watching action plan is. That is the Kukarishin and the Masi.
Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Framelick.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions are for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment. Last week, the Minister revealed that she is working on issuing a significant discovery license for Husky.
Minister of Energy, Tourism, the Kezi, what I do can is the license case. Amidi Lagayanida. Taitola di County, Satu, they see indigenous governments, regular MLA, di County, or Canada down to Gotekadin delay and the Massey.
Frame Lake Minister responsible for industry, tourism, and investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government in the Northwest Territories does indeed consult with Indigenous governments, Indigenous organizations at the stage of when there's a call for bids. It is much earlier in the process than where this particular item is at. In this instance, what is relevant here is Section 30 of the new Petroleum Resources Act, which actually...
The Resources Act, the Honor you wanted to go to Kati, the license, the one he chooses the key. That is a key one, not any take a more go to go say, the country Miranda. The key, the car, go to go down, the key, goes to go to Kati, then the machine.
Sir, oral questions, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. That's great to hear. I hope this is not going to be another resource giveaway, but...
the resource for Minister Section 30.3 the KC is usually the licenses Kogaze Chuatule Ko Asilometer Las Go Kandiale Tizeke Discovery License. The Minister La Situle Kandi work at the Tandion. Because the Husky Shugi Husky Energy see video goes. The Kandula the Little Kagayan. Thank
you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for industry, tourism, and investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, as I had mentioned earlier, the particular instance here of Husky Oil is one where the call for bid stage took place 2011, 2012, under a pre-devolution regime, under a totally different regime than which is envisioned by the new Petroleum Resources Act. The new act certainly does give the opportunity.
2011, 2012 the act out. Do make only the case la wrong. Do the Gana India to go mega feed the Latin. That is the key. That got in the Karushi. Kajime, how they go with that to
issuing benefit plans, and in this instance, Husky would still, should it choose to.
The Sugar County at the Leanide, Car County at the Leanide at the benefit plan as the Leazon. Contain the season to let you tell that I got the Kizim more the Catati. Because I'm daddy wasn't that to lay. And then there's always the Wago or to lay in. The Kizim la car more dati. Da Yundi, the Kizi Kandi, Kakwati, the Kizila, Kamagaco Tazon, the Kandi, Kasiko and Nuzi are the Kani Dendi. Mr. License the KYN. Da the Kizila in Dagua Dagondia get DC, Kakala, Tule Mo Gosego, in Dago, any day 90 years ago, Yendi.
Questions, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I'm a bit perplexed at what I just heard. We changed this legislation in the last Assembly so we would give the Minister the authority to impose terms and conditions to get northern benefits. Otherwise, we just give the company a significant discovery license and they can sit on it for 15 years and do nothing. Is this Minister going to use her discretion to...
The Minister of Media going to walk on these go check on the northern benefits. Then it got the Husky kid near check watch you down the ending.
ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, this is an occasion where Husky originally had their processes done or their bids done in 2011 and 2012, and there's an element.
2011, 2012, could out the Husky again loud, Andy. And then they are the business is Johnny Shaggy, Tera Gulia, okay, Azaki, car. They got it in. What's a town in you get Azaki, here, benefit plan gets here to go. What's any day public should still get there to go. Can't you get any day? You can't do as a letter, any day. You go send a continue to go on. That is the case. On an guy, they would take the cashier. 用到这样子去用的嘞。靠西西国这这讲的的，留的个大爷，也给我再跟第二种的这个有问题是原的。
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for that. In the existing exploration license for Husky Energy, there already is an annual fee per hectare the company has to pay. Now, is the Minister prepared to keep that kind of annual fee in the...
The annual fee la do na indian de. Si do la si kala se wa. Ile ni de la si kukagia. Ejiti. Si do le estiaele. Dini de Candilende de Niego a Jichaga Liti. You can again dear the gong. In the Situle, you want a Zekati. I didn't need you on as you want to cinemasi.
Member for Frame Lake, Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this license has been subject to significant review from...
The license is la car. And that is wrong and not targeted. That car. This is the case that on the near she was the artist at the ceiling, Mr. Speaker. Car see the case. A Roman daddy quite as old is the case, you know, that's a kind of cindy.
Going to be less fees offered or a freer ride now than what it has been in the past.
You can again India, the car second is you can again India the discovery license. Is you on a kind of cindy.
Quite certain, Mr. Speaker, that we will continue to follow that approach. And, Mr. Speaker, looking forward, if they are going to look to renew, which is one of the new benefits.
The target the any they cannot cut a taco, the membership of the Cadidia car. The other one that's in a good year to go to the here on the any dandy. That got you. Kadushi. Does it get go car? Could say that's again the other way you take care of him over, but you would need dandy machine.
Oral questions, member for Nunavut Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Premier, and as to my statement, I'll be looking at this Yukon NWT border.
Yukon NWT border, let's hit you go to the tree, take care Premier Tide.
Since he has the power to open the border on the Yukon side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nunavut Twin Lakes. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I have had discussions with Premier Silver from the Yukon government around exemptions for residents to cross over the borders. Thank you, Mr.
And Kako in the Yukon government.
Member for Nunavut Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I guess I'll wait to say if that's good news or not. With the high uptake of Moderna vaccine that we've been hearing of, and I know that the communities in my region have really been posting a lot that they've been getting high percentages of first and second doses, and recent.
The vaccine that hutli yeketi tiketi and you take the COVID-19 go on the COVID-19 the case. And this is the Yukon NWT. I see Baba Gundia is the case I end.
Nunavut Twin Lakes, Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have had discussions with Premier Silver from the Yukon Territory. He is more than interested in having exemptions for residents to go cross borders. We are as well interested in that.
Kai, you won't kayaki tea. Take Tadi Tisi la car, the condition ye like neither. Tizekeo, to take out in day the cashew, got the Yukon Jaguar. And did British Columbia take the border with take it in it on. And you take you in the lock honey day, car can't dare to go on yanni. The vaccine take I ended.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions, member for Nunavut Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's not good news, but I guess my next question will be, will the Premier have discussions with, I guess, the Minister of Health?
Minister of Health, see to the second day, Premier, the case to the NWT go artist. Because cut the vaccine is utility on the community.
Twin Lakes Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely,
Mr. Speaker, Kala Nahit Mojagutele. Adio than to take out in days, again is any day 75% on it. Come with a good idea.
still population. There's people that have not, will not, or cannot get immunized. And we have a whole population of children that we don't have a vaccine for. And the major factor, Mr. Speaker, is actually that they're not projected.
She wanted the armor of vaccine that hits alien. Is it at the COVID-19? It ka ultimo when I need it. The care in Londina Ratanilla is a chemicani tie. COVID-19 the care got it. Kalamo with a good day. As the account as CHR you get a job good day.
Of us, but her job is to make sure that we keep as safe as possible, and she's trying to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Final supplementary, member for Nunavut Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I guess the next question I'm going to ask is how long are we going to be in this public health emergency, especially after, you know...
That's a public health emergency at Iti Budget. None of them do take board for Delta or car, because the day could the rest of go. Mind the case. It is a Kigatan does go. That's how the county public health emergency at Iti. A mere again, he cut it to the kitten at Iti. The county got at Iti at Dulian. Down it on like he get a general, it also in 13 hours at the Koyani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to defer that question to the Minister of Health and Social Services.
Minister of Health Social Services.
Premier, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
Mr. Speaker, senior the case, Kandisi, he gaganeta, the COVID-19 case, that the public health emergency, the case, Kalata. It's a cake on Disney. The Metehoneta, the 14 days got the quarantine, the Kiako, the car, Kalakagoti. Is it a Kegulia, the Legani day? You premier that day as Ronsi, you can't have on the vaccine. To take Kotlin, they take 40%. Vaccinated 1.42% Canada. That good dia good day. The 90 the care. COVID-19 the care. The Molan day in the goodly. A good day. Nakina heg and they go or the care the goodly. That vaccine la Chine zoom. COVID-19 da identica la hikam kyodicho. Asi tane kandisi te ke kandidati se oto virus se tson ki mori shona. Jana himaga tani te. Ja tu me kanita. Si kozandi. Jite ke sana te te ke gani den. Caron, el tenasi tego te na chita te nitlani de masini te andi. Jitia kanitan.
Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions today are for the...
Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure go to the minister, Zitaduk. Tanet ela di leasing kenain dien.
Member for Yellowknife North, minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every year we pay approximately
18 million and 90
Minister, oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that's the $18 million I really would encourage the department to look at and see if we can make that a smaller number and give that to some northern businesses. One of my concerns is that our
northern business
a premium to a northern business, and if we are going to rent from a southern business, it actually has to be cheaper to lease as opposed to own. And
northern business southern business
we fell out of compliance with our own policy. So my question to the minister is the minister confident that that $18 million is in fact
18 million. The minister
For Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, we are in compliance with the leasing of improved real property policy. Thank you, Mr.
For Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I struggle how that is the case, in that previous analysis have showed that it's actually it's cheaper for us to own our buildings than it is often to lease them. This was part of the analysis that justified building the new government building, and justified the GNWT building large office buildings in the past, was that we could do it cheaper to own than lease. So how does the minister rectify saying that?
Is the minister down the building.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the member is able to share their document so that we can review.
Members, she continued to Magaitan, to lucky, down the get a make a metanagote.
Supplementary member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess the document I'm mostly talking about is the fact that we built a giant building and we decided not to lease it. So I guess my we are renting any of this $18 million to a non-northern landlord. Will the minister commit to conducting the cost-benefit analysis of lease-to-own versus the policy and make sure we are not, in fact, paying a premium to any?
North, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will review these.
The policy the case that had in the common daddy quite as one. And then this one. Yahonan why on that 28% Gucci on the target 72% was
a number of things: location, local market conditions, operational needs, assessment, and also.
Questions,
member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. During my member statement, I referenced additional funding that was earmarked.
Education, Culture and Employment December Danate 181.5 million is in the heritage that the federal government the arts strategy.
Responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. None and no. And the
Mr. Speaker, the federal government, government to take out in there. The Canada, the arts, the organization, the they do their artist loan. Nana Sagate, Tlata Desagate. Is a Honda Shugandi Murat. That is the Kazika Federal Mo down. The COVID release funding the Kedeko Kamo Tekadindi. That is the Kirakalatu Gona Tesechu Metada down there as a Kiasu. the art strategy ze ke ga jin ta ka du te ko tin de ze kan dia go se on du go an de ma si.
Sir, oral questions. Member for Kamlik.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's not fabulous news because a lot of the extra funding and grants that are available to Northern artists do.
So kan de chi la but the funds so ya gu ni as the government ze ke ze anti-art ze kyo de le and WTR ze kya de si tu na ze ka di and WTR ze ke ga ni de ki san ze ge yin ni de dang de ECE de ya de sin ni.
ECE.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the member might be envisioning a different body than what our Arts Council currently is. Our Arts Council helps makes decisions about how to distribute the funding.
Tang di song ba ze ke wa din ji ni se ga ta din ja ni se me de le ta ji ze ke ji wa la ka ma ga zang da zong di art ze ke ji ga ni de and the masi.
Minister, oral questions. Member for Kamlik.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If the minister is wondering if I have big dreams for arts in the Northwest Territories, the answer is yes.
Hey, ka, she ka kind of say, do the arts ke ani de. Ministry was the industry tourism ze ke si tu go ze gon de. Ti ze ke si the arts de go tin de ga de. The culture and heritage ke the arts ke ju. A zon te the land.
Piece to it, and there's I believe, a huge.
Oh, go now the ke kan de si me se la tu te go tin de ze ke. Is you are si da minister si tu le yo go ze gon de. Ti tu te ji ability ze ke ga tu ta ta gin dia tu le. I ka dia I le down di ni ma si.
For Kamlik, Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a conversation that's been going on for years and years. And I think that, from the outside,
Do the cut in the cards, all the cuts at the cuts at the other, the guy as a ditch. She home. She, Mr. Oneta, the NDT, generally go again, that's a key on any day, right there. The owner, the residents, they can't go and you need is you right there. She can't to go or good. Say, mechanical does go. The county got and tiny day. She 2 classes they are going. It's a case you. The she got classes as a case. The Tiago classes alone. The teacher case. Yeah, the county you go say out. That teacher case county Casalea. If you knew the art, the Kegani day, a legal light as on. That is the case county to lay. A sea seatly and the clarity and then must.
Final supplementary. Member for Kamlik.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to having more conversations about this with the minister because I think it merits further conversation. But my last question I really want to know is, does the minister intend to table the NWT art strategy during this sitting? Thank you.
Thank
you. Arts, Mr. Speaker. That's the case, the committee now that they get on out get the case. Without that is a case in a here you go like that hard again. The car, see, as you does it, let's say, the come get on as an outfit. Out. But then they standing committee sits and niche. That is exactly hard it, yeah. It's a media. You get out, you can have it. That can't deal with it. Must
Sir, oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The discovery license, Husky Energy, that do Kenneth, as you take it. The Minister, she demanded the case as it will the county licensing go on to the machine.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for industry, tourism, and investment.
Sub 3 of the Petroleum Resources Act does state
Resource Act does kati. Sete kati what the ani de met the act that hard on. That is the case you as a intended.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that excellent reading of Section 30.3. And then that an applicant for a significant discovery license has a veto over terms and conditions. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
The terms and conditions Mr.
Speaker, it doesn't say a veto. It doesn't say that the
Kandigo ka 이거 대체 여기 대단히 클래스니 다그래 아지 제키안 카나 제카딘디 디제키 다 간디 제키 가서 레아니데 엔델라카 안디 제키니오지 아니데 에시 아존시 먹어서 클래스 떼아지고 대 오전에 좋아래 디 간디 제키가 아니데 단디 갈라다 제키지 아지라네주 아지 제키지 세제히 제키 간디안 the discovery license the good members clinical ya Kandiji Magazine Dame Garden time at the one like it was a cigar like that Eka not doesn't and indeed is a one Kandi to go on.
The expectations through that evolution will be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. I've heard lots of references to what happened in the past by the feds. Exploration license there, and this exploration license.
Exploration license is 175,000 hectares. Is you want is you see to the rental again is $3 to $8 hectare. Tano te Chinese te 1.4 million liga water a rental zeke. Exploration license is your minister connect any small business that is the the minister. See the rental fee can't easy take the exploration license is a while
TI.
Mr. Speaker, this particular discovery license is the last one that is grandfathered.
Discovery license is not the other.
All of the things that it's associated to and the other licenses it's associated to don't have a
agent a 6 mètres la came che rental fee un liale se ti ha contiagut ici quand Dieu était ni assis de richo de cotonji se otecation ta ka cotonji se on de la tu le mette te ani de ka me che na india zo ma license go te azgo quand diagut yen ici te kia quand di moratian
putting in the rental fee which
Dieu da si la tu ka te li yuan te ka de si ka go to ji se on ta ji te ki si me ga zan da su mo te ta e ti on de le ko to ji se on de ji ke ta mo chu ta ji te on da de si a ji la chi ne me te ha ti ti ji la da de se ko ni ji ani de ka me da di ko ta zo ka te ni de tu le Thank you,
Minister. Final supplementary, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that I'm not interested in waiting 15 years to reopen this significant.
Masi desi Minister 15 years tanade hiarsi duadesi du situle sezelle kandia je situle kai da di keji katselia significant discovery license company wajina what they are amila gaude company or public and
Mr. Speaker, I take my responsibilities as a minister very seriously. I certainly am not going to stand and act in anything other than in the interests of the public of the Northwest Territories, but that includes Mr.
Si chona se de ku leader kare siago on tizeke ta yo khaya tizeke si khade atjore si sare jwe te ga atjore yo department justice ke ji wo ji de tan ti ku lia wo chai ji da wars ta ji te ke ta dan dia de le te ke ji na ki government ka me ke ri chan dan dia le ti un de go te jo ti ya se le kan dia go on le ji ka ti le ka te kan du ka ti go on de kan di ji ma kan ta tu ta ji la si chan ti a ron te de ga ri ya ga ri ma sin Mr. Speaker, NWT housing zekio mezegu sene di za tin kun zekia tana te la di kun si kan di mezu sin e za ti ni gi chu di hever zekia ku meze unit zeta tani de sikala I zati agati ze ke kala jina ke telian ejite ke agi jo number setsana kandigo ejite ke esila di Northwest Territories Housing Corporation esi hai no te kotlin de in dade ke ne ta federal housing ze ke ta aji kandian de di housing corporation ze ke sia masio te kare sia de wonde masin.
Questions, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's good news. At least they're moving ahead, trying to get some units, even though they may not be new. So if these units were to be acquired, has the minister or the department identified a use for them, whether it be public housing, market housing?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Housing Corporation has a variety of rental and home ownership opportunities and home repair programming.
The federal government is on by the kids the programs that unit
Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If these units were to be acquired, can the minister confirm if
the ministers should let the unit see what they cut the Zekio in Lenny day the end.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once we do
federal government unit
Minister, oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess what I'm trying to do is I'd like to get some units for Hay River before my term is up. So, if the repairs or upgrades on the
if you cut the repairs, setting lots of any deco de tico, situle and the quagenda. The county the cassi coni gets any de situle and the quanda. Is it a casey county? The tati, sending a casey in that the Kiagaris. A city housing the Kiagaris and the Massey. Massey, Mr. Speaker, Sati Kazita Kani, they come member come with it. 다 에코니 데 코타시 디티아에 제가게세 코체카 사고 제시 간디지 가고 티카 마다디 거이다 디 시니어 제케 슈간다 간디란 칼라티 하우징 코퍼레이션이 칼라 요새 체카야기 티레 다데 오자시면 다디 과다네 사지 제케 페더럴 거버먼트 제케 타나 헤게 티타 가니데 에코니 멤버 게타면 전화 고 대지지 제케요엔
Programming in his riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Written questions. Written questions. Other? Oral questions. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I didn't give any of these questions to the minister prior. I'm just writing them as as I'm sitting here. I'm trying to say, wait. Anyways, I would like to ask the minister if her department has considered looking at the Mackenzie Place high-rise.
그지 시둘레 high-rise 과이다 옌디 디제케 난디 고체니데 둘레 public가 다게티아 둘레 시타고 강디면 다디 과이다 옌.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is a strong advocate for the high rise in Hay River, and looking at that building, we are in conversations with the owner.
카 두 ownership is good. She's a case here. Got a co-investment that case you write that application take. It's a federal program to write that. Down the high rise case a little take. Can't you call a cyclone method is the case here. She kakala that's a more not a member moment ago in the end. I meet is a kid that's a large one.
Of the building. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the minister mentioned additional issues, I would ask the minister what amount of work has gone into assessing that building on the engineering side, the health side, the fire, electrical, mechanical.
On the fire, electrical, health, government said that TSC on the Garden at Tiny there.
For Hay River South, Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I haven't received a current status.
She's a Kikala, such a Katadindili, Kandio, Ka Magatanda, so this a Kajikatule. You will not take it.
Some deficiencies within that building. There was a fire that destroyed one floor of the building as well, but it was also, the structure was aged. But in the time being, I will provide an update to the member because we have been in contact with the
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess my concern is that when we lost the high-rise, it displaced a number of people, and when people get displaced in Hay River, they're either on the street or they may not tend to move to Yellowknife or other northern communities. They tend to move south. So that means that we lose some federal funding, and the cost to house or the cost to accommodate people who are on the street.
Yeah, Tennessee County, they do streets and they waters. 다시 저기 가있다 뭐가 과다니 되네죠. 과시 타우지 원이 대카들에 카레나겐 데레산레죠. 다 minister 이시라니 나가 다운디 뉴니타 디칸디과 public housing unit 타 그 mental 타니 데 내주아 디칸디 되네시 뒤에 거기선 디니 되네죠. 이제 저기 가야 티야데.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Housing Corporation has been in talks with a couple of the nonprofit organizations in the members' riding.
Housing Corporation
I also wanted to just express that, when COVID-19 had hit last year, that, there was a huge need to address the homelessness issue.
Hutli homelessness issue gucha the COVID-19 ta chasi would. You guy when I need the other go. Down to go get in the issue on the machine.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would just like to thank the Minister for answering those questions without prior knowledge of them. Thank you.
Minister, Marcy, you see anything?
Oral questions, written questions, member for Decho.
Rich Leave. That's Joe. The code of conduct is here. One night in the other go. The government employees is gotten Tazo, the that on the Yogi at the Casey, County, and the Istudele. Do so long the government church the co-employees in County Galaganda. The Kotazaki, Kotana government, private, private members of Kazia. The Ministry of Finance is here. Tanet the County, private, County, the Kazi, County Gotsati, Kotze Karizek. The Zeke that the County Tota, Tandy, Harder the Galaganda Zeke, Zeke, the boards, council, committees, Kotzeni, the volunteers activity. That's it. Dane the GWT employees in the go on. The county conflict of interest is in. On the go, do one and why. Okay, as you la metazas la the deputy the employees case. Ties a case. Is it a case at an county go on it? They see to get I water go. In the sea government in the cogity. Because I think that the county, the government, the private sector, the case in how this is a lady day, you want to see to the from Dagagan. I see like Gaganda. The county government, the Wago in a Tezeki Ranide, Karizeki Galatane. And so make out the Joa to go. Tizeki Kawushanide, has own employees, is a midi, a Sikago to do again this. The Kyogre Joa's own. Tanti go to the Tzeke, Kosaji, the Kizimete Hondazi, the code of conduct, the Kiran, Masin. Masi, member the Joe.
Questions, replies to Commissioner's address, petitions, tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Documents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document. Government of the Northwest Territories Response to Motion 1119-2, Creation of a Northwest Territories Elder Strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for infrastructure. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following two documents. A follow-up letter for oral questions 589-19-2, Fort Smith Regional Airport, and a follow-up letter for oral questions 606-19-2, access to internet for students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yellowknife North, notice of motion. Case March 29th through members in the case Haver North since it's at the Rule 40 March 12, 2021 at any day March 29th was 2021. 다로 시작하고 뒤적이 말톤 9인데 리그메가 시 고안에 주고 제 카운슬 제고인데 얘들이 레지슬레이브 샘플에서 이거 컨디션 뒤에 시시 하나제 대두인데 그거 제가게 되어서 이제 계죠. 다 이제 계시하게 가고가지네 와 다로 시제 계지까지 되니 그니 거지 인터넷에 되고 제 가디야 마시 Mr. Speaker. 두 가나 때 거제니 때 뒤에 이게 야 티제 계신라 Committee of a whole 이지
Table document 165, 166, 167, and 286-19 brackets 2. By the authority given to me as Speaker by motion 1.
가 계시야 시시 이제 계시 대 사고 제 뒤르고 제 뒤뒤 페더 제 빌딩 이시야 네백 튠 레기 디디니 리추아 마시니
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Mr. Norn?
Madam Chair, committee wishes to consider table document 286-19 bracket 2 main estimates 2021-2022 for the Legislative Assembly and Department of Natural Resources. Mr. Joe.
Thank you. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee will take a short recess and resume with Legislative Assembly. I will now call Committee of the Whole back to order.
The Canal Lucy Committee of Whole do Hesila the 286-19 to 2021-2022. The Minister must teach 2021-2022 Legislative Assembly the KC $1,723,000, 7.6%. 2020-2021 main estimate. The estimate is KC la method the KC the KC la two taco the Ajina la Tisela Tate. KC la the office of the clerk the KC schedule there was a start on the chart on there. Okay. Do Ajina Taza the Lachi the KC Condi at the into compensation benefits the KC at the Electoral Boundaries Commission. Thai Kala Nahayati Inter-Service Legislative Assembly G at the layer. The Kosata the Diazagon, the statutory office. The other, this is a part open your mouth on. Talo city get us a city in the Catholic Takozeki. Madam Chair, is your chamber? The mechanism are you witness yet? Mercy. America te wote India. Madam Chair, Masi, the Miss King Weekend Corporate Service got the acting clerk, Mr. Glenn Rutland. Masi. Kati the KC circulate attack and it's a treaty. Two more than the day. That is the KC Magazanda. Got any day, I don't make a new talk, got the page 8 again. Talusi the Kitakodeke. As you do the financial year with AC 2021-22 decade, do guy was in the guy decade, you know, because of Italian. Miss Wiggins? Must Madam Chair. As you decade, you got on Dine day 345,000. As you had your own membership, they want it on. That do decade, McConey in Dela. And they call the Acharya and the Masin. Hemlik. Masi Madam Chair. Teacher ke the Akonte Gani te Tili Tionte, the benefits. Jite che mura dice che Gilead in the ending. Madam Chair, action benefits che si got on the pension plan to have that on the dice Masi, it's an action plan, yeah. Friendly. Si se go sari sini there. It's a occasion. 30, page 99. Legislative Assembly KC after 2029, $967,000. To the Office of the Chief Officer Gachunda. Dice que gainta the 6 million got a megainta dice que sioti tiati. Dice que si tu na te cut ti dandia diaral jakion. Masi Madam Chair. Iti the Megainta Office of the Chief Electoral Officer the Kenide Iti Tia the electoral election officer the Ki on the December the Ki Masi Y'all Live North. Masi Madam Chair. Ijin da Megatan that the Kenide Mega Indica and the Gagala Tanti Moda Tijiki on done. The Chief Electoral Officer, the Administration Staff, Chironde, the Kation Chico Sanasi, you do go to Condilian. Madam Chair. The Chief Electoral Officer the KC Hatan Dani de T and the Tula de KC. Do I wash? Niji can't more that in Tizek. Sikala Sleko Sadisinite. Page 11 on. Legislative Assembly. Main estimate $514,000. Canonizo Masi. Do Office of the Clerk on the go to page 16, the Information Office. Question. Yellowknife North. Contract service que tiacha, je que si tu n'as Merci, Madam Chair. Ms. Wiggins. Merci. Madam Chair. Et je dis que Office of the Clerk, que j'ai got une idée. Diante, je dis que j'ai une idée. It's 414,000 issue in the day Board of Management you can't do mesela do guys you can't do you tiachanti. Alive North. Merci Madam Chair. You mega office space you got under Tanete staff couldn't end. Madam Chair, the electoral officer Cleode, the Latio Gotania, the tree, the John, office Slurga, Massin, ka maganda DJ Casey of Stilka. Madam Chair, DJ new position official language to Kianda. Sikala Lego Sargini the office of the clerk. Great. Masi. Capital Area Development Fund to Kiganda. 50 decade de Gidete. Is it a it's a que la situle yo con de dice que yo dans diront de candidats on. Dice que Area Development Funds creadas dice que 2019, 2020 dice que ya si tú le yo con de dice que tanto me trata dice que yo vale Madam Chair, the education la 2021, it could the committee only. The committee is here, the Legislative Assembly, RCMP, Young Lieutenant and National Defense. The 50,000 go on is the case development funds. You can't do that, it is a can't do more at the end. It's really that we all monuments as I get in la Candigo, is la Catu, Kakin la Taji, maintenance on the end. Is Jaulia the he can't do the on the holiday. Tatula can't do more at the end. Madam Chair, you take care of that. Dice que that you can't do monument gets any de la kids at home again. It's going to the other day. Easy that the monument got in down as you clear you in. Sikala office of a circle going to in Dene Zhatıé. The page 14 operation expenditure KC 2021 main estimate 9,417,000. Committee can on his own. Masi. Office of the Speaker, 17 goes there, page 18 right up. Legislative Assembly Office of Speaker is a case of main estimate 508,000. That's committee canal. Page 20, 23, 24, okay. Question. framework.
Few areas of increases here, and maybe I'll start with the Ombud office. Can someone explain to me what the increase here is all about? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Ombudsman compensation is 5,000 diacha, kozechu, 58,000 intern funding. Hey. You collect, communicate, contract is you can do is 12,000 to diacha. Merci, Madam Chair. Heji Language Commissioner zeke diacha, ijasi tuene o zekaya tien. Heji zeke the other diacha the commissioners like 132,000. Got 53,000. You see, you want to go to the trees that get out there. Human Rights Commission is the got and die. It's a diajan. Is 169,000 diacha. Executive Director comments on benefits 12,000. Got it's is you key issue Gandhi. Is you got a issue. But the Honda Tiatali Human Rights Officer position 140,000 Tiacha. Travel budget issue pilot program is issue. Da you Kilandi Keke go Nigo Waguto is pilot program issue. Da you take la Kandisi Tule. It's a son Basila to the Gagalati. You'll have to get one in the part time service the Kigayan. Is it the Kigandian the end of Massin? Is it a got and tiny day? Because it did get 100 masses and that yen. J'ai position da j'étais que ça tout j'ai la tandis là c'est là j'ai tout me regarde tani den mais ce qui c'est dit à l'indine. Monsieur Madame Chair, j'étais que regarde da si office que regarde da ça tout de qu'il n'y de et j'ai la tout Morati Tama Chazon, Taji Hala Kandi Moratian. Sit Lego Sarsini, 221, and the expenditures 2021 main estimate 4,047,000. Committee Canada. page 5 on. Ajote KG 2021 ton. I see right a minute. 24,443,000. Americana is Masi. The Legislative Assembly come on out there. Mr. Speaker, because our witnesses in Masi good in Dene. Mr. Norton.
Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 286-19-2, main estimates 2021-2022, and the Department of Environmental and Natural Resources. Does the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources have any opening remarks?
Minister, she said she needs it. And she's a KC, the 2021-2022 main estimate services, the natural resource that you are calling new. This KC la car is 789.0.84%. 2021 KC. Matako tata den ditin natural resource KC. The GNWT KC. Tiasi koni the case out the 2.771 million is on, but the case account is not that the good go to take framework 127,000. So what's that? Yeah, as you tease a case, got Sunset 1.82 million is the case you can't down the two environmental assessment the case you got on the Nivik Tuck Highway the case got that you dog or cura the case oil and gas the case I see you got on the federal funding the case what's the contribution that I had a lot. The Kakala Kabuti, let's say Honatashi. But the climate change that I heard, the government is saying, I get it. This is a case. I did a good year with it. This is meta, Condisi, Garnite, the indigenous organization, Gogalagan, Dale, did a case. The Katini the Honeta, the Gambekau, the Kira, the Kandi Methala. Jati 2 or the good Degio Dizeke is yet a heatherland. Takandi go now the Zeke, Goya Tizeke, as Rosi out the program the Kizia. Taji the Kandi Zilla, the Sicily the Tizeke out. The territorial protected area the Kandi the Nation Plan. Tiaja Dakota si the Kesi do meta got the program the Kesi got them that got and the program is like 300 part-time license. It's a country mesela. Madam Chair, Masi. See the condition as you witness that's India and Sergeant Arms to the Nishi. Ministers, you are making the city of Cochicadin. Masi Aaron Jolly, Deputy Finance, Jessica Arno. Masi the company, DC. More than make a good and they are see a cut to a cathedral, the figure that is in Haggedy. Cut, do you see department summary? She got on the she got on Tiny Day, corporate management got on the page 72 decade was a Mekondila 70, page 75. This was how to see it. friendly. Page 73 take gazunda. You made the program that 21-22 zik. Agent take la ka the guy ya cha. Tago tiago, down your kagunji. Iti corporate costs of case. You cha. Agent, you are ya Charlie, the Kimakasan Dani there. Financial capital plans of case issues, you are cha, you the care. You are the Gandia, you are Chayendi. 17,000 you are cha online unit take. Yeah, that's a zit Honda. I did take some but that Kitty Honda John. Must see. Much ministries at Kalindi. She gave more than he said others. Sandia, you are judges the KG. My cousin and then is with the sea. Policy, legislative communication, the KG. Is the Kigadanda. The Water Act room is a Bethela, protective act. Is a zonte chemical Taras Hardy. Candy. Dice que a Jean Catset legalite ka soga magala tazon di endi machine. Then que gala canta que si ka me goshi the order because in the hand and the machine. She take la down to the Galata take la the own force management cases, methods on somebody contribution group to her. To take je me access on the season method land is a case as on. Here.
I'm not saying that staff are not capable of doing the work. I know that they work very, very hard, and we saw that in the 18th Assembly. I just don't want to kill them with the work that we almost did and that we put onto them at the end of the 18th Assembly. On Friday of last week, I can't even remember what day it is anymore, we reviewed the ITI budget, and they had over $500,000 for a new
ITI $500,000 ozon sombago 360,000 long din as a contract work. The other two staff you're talking about, and this is a regulation. The department kagin what's the cost on the department kagetile. Ta city magan the ENR the Kikahutli Galaganda, Kamurish, Kandia Kotata Zadintias go, tis a case you. That the other Kandisi Kota resource as a legal down due Kandimoratin.
Passion, and I appreciate the good words he says about ENR. When we talked about this and we looked at our budget and looked at what our legislation is going to be.
Siati di mandati quaita nahi. Ta nahiani tela ajidi galaita tu lesi khatu magalaita di department je. Ta jite honeta the onze meni teni de ka naide yawo le kuida saka maga somba kaneta. Nahila tu ka nizu dediti ajidi hite ze kesio. Tu Nahina budget using our machine.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate the Minister saying that. I pleaded with the previous Minister in the last Assembly to get me more resources to get the work done, and I continue to do that, and I'll probably be here a year from now.
The Kadeshi goes the sugar minister, the Kadindi, let two casu contest, two community harvester assistant got that. Jesamo good teatule. He program she what's on tiny day. What's on done dead at the Leani day. What's on done Diacha. He is a too. Jidante guy got a sarcon doing it. Programs like you. Minister. Community Harvester Assistant Program. She the was a Magago Diane. Your deputy minister exactly the car Megoita Diti. Do that do a Kaditi as a Mikega Laita. Costanishu. A seashoe program Methela. Can do the deputy minister did DN. Must
Thank you. Deputy Minister Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The review of the CHAP program has begun.
Program is a monetize. A seatler program chopped on the Costana Shashi. So she method the activities the Kizia. That is the Kizia gotten down the action plans the Kizi. You and that is any shoot. Some but the Kizi. Kotazani, the Kiji Kotaza Linite, Kaditi. That as you need a comes a Honda Shika, Nizu and the on the Megos that does a Kishini de Mosani program method Lazigazanta. Is the Kini de Commerce or somebody said Lali Diti, is the Kumakanit. That is the Kishas or Tesla, that in that is our. Any day Cattle Mega Gondi Kite Iendi, Massini. Massi, Madam Chair, a car is a method like pandemic. The Tiga and they don't cut a sea. She do let the other the CHAP program. A Kura cut in Dion. Got a $9 the ministry see. Can this see too late? You can't time with the evaluation. She told me that they cut the end the machine. Machine. You see, what every ministry you will cut in the end. The program is la. A midi, a target is yeah. Is yeah a target. Con alle lucky you walk on daily. It are two programs. Ki you on YouTube. I did a good Tajika delay. You will now get to the you would go take you go gende. That is a kid on the second. Mogondi Danigini or in that Sarani de the programs like legislative assembly. Only a zone or the territory here. As well as the outer meeting. I continue the Zwaziland, the committee, say as a Leadule, and then this Atule, the program she attacked at the end, the Madam Chair. Kaji Silaka committee, she say, get on out lazy committee, 다시 따게를 제케지 케지세 오하데르니 마시.
Oh yeah, great member for Great Slave. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just going to go a little bit, or sorry, I'll just look at page 74. I'm looking.
Page 74 ordinal. The disaster compensation is la tagucha. The Tuesday on a tiny one, got a tissue, Candiga on Daji Zekigala. That is a Kiganda, who did Yacha in Lenny de Kitty was induced department gave Galagan Daji Zeki Wallace in the Massy. Yeah, Deputy Minister in the program is the key Metiagu Chartere. Tijeki Gatan. The Oze Tiatini de Yon December the Kezi Yetata den Digitade. Es Leatherland. 40,000 di goji duma wita in the kill. The car, the Oze is the city utility, 2 high, because on 1,000 then the machine. Cut you around that $4,500 take occasion, c'est college carucine, it's a the fair price programs that you got on that is issue. The Yamidi take then I did the case is a gotten. Taji take Simegala Sisomba Sanella. It lay Jean de Tardandia. Mercury Shanes, Tizeke, Duga the Kela. Department la si titane etsoyasa la the kezi sitile you gagana tayen the masi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to that program, we actually pay our trappers the rates.
And trappers that is tio de zindaki go matzaiti go 90 and member kite yet. Do you see la ki mego Maketan did the K on there. Do you see what did he that the Zayatha Lazekeda or did he go 9 days ago? Say, the Kayatha lion. Ida dear the London is Johannes. Ta continued and the Deputy Minister did yet the Adulian. Minister at the program is he can't eat some. Yagundi the hunters and travelers is your order material quite to the Zeta Tite Kezi Gada Saga Dado. There was a Tian the other go on to you got on Tati Lati Zeta Tite Kezi got on Tati Dalaka $18 candile. That the company see Gadi go like that. ITI should go like that. Tandy that is Tizeke here, the Internet Soyasa Sazeke, a Zeko 9 this is a K Ryan. Candinis or Dully City clearly Andy. Muzzy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that the Deputy Minister keeps answering my questions ahead of when I actually am going to ask them, so I appreciate that that was going to be my next question. So, and I do recognize there are a lot of different programs here, and I'm happy.
Kadi programs so guli yasa lion di kayo go in the kite yadi. Tadi somebody kezi tate legi teke kantian. Tati teke gainda.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. I would just, I guess, say as more of a comment, I would support more line items increasing in this area. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm done.
Thank you, member, and I'll take that as a comment. Member for Trinidad Willade.
Trinidad Willade.
Questions? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's on
Page 74. 이 country food security 같은 지우리 지하자 50,000 같아서 이제 기가 있다. 아직 올라가고 차야지 마시.
Minister?
Well, for that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Minister 이제 계시하다. 혼자 저디고 타고 이제 계시 다게디. 다 50,000 시 간디 아웃레니 디디. 디메제 액션 플랜 지 혼자 시ట్లా리엔. 마신. 디 뉴스가 한다지 오늘다 디 가본디 사로교이다 지제키 다지 제키라 시카고 디 디제키 뒤때 고틀린 데제키 안데 뒤때 베시나 제나 다타 아지 제키 와연딘 이탈리아한테디 이 제키 for action 제키 시라니데 나히죠 미키디 action 거자 다시 당디시라 콘트 많이 딜레 다 하소파라게레 아레레 칸네 지고 단에 때 대시가 있다서 다시시 멘탈이 거있다.
Vote as the Nunavut government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
위실란다 케헤니 시테시 텔렌디티 제고나 디제케 안덴디 마신.
So when the furs go south, and I guess because of maybe
인다몰란데게 티자티 제코티니테 코체 프라이스 요테니테 인데미테 하다 디 compensation 라 시티레고가 짜젠디 아디엔디 데이지탄에 데리온 데이지 헤네티고가 제리아둘리엔 마시 Deputy Minister Yigo Kogondean. Yiteke Tandi Galanta Keni de Yesi Lati on Hajinagat out as a Kezi Gai Tagara Kandi Unita. He Kandida Kandigo. Tizekela with the insurance heads to the land. Ta ka. 아시테 어제 들려시틀 두 코베다 굴려고던데 카이저한테 어제 사가 있다 들려리 그래서 뭐고 되게 good 들려 다디 the industry 고 세니니 다시야니
respect to the fur, is any of it actually sent south and tanned there or prepared there and brought back to the NWT for use by northern artisans? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, the Hasitle northern artists target the end is Chicagondi is the Tila Jandi and the Katu Kasitlian.
Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that's good to know because I usually get people asking me where they can buy fur from. So I just want to go to take a kid trapping in case I want to take one of my kids. Anyways, can you talk a little bit about that program? I seen it went from in 19.
Nazi it's a kikani de 48,000 125,000 go chacha is tuta ho Nazi go gazane tia tau it's also la tani de Dia Giant, Dandilan. Deputy Minister, I think is at the department that ENRC in Dadi Galagenda, the Candidane Ditle, Cotani Chuni de Iti Honadande, Candio, Deputy Minister, the Indian, Massey. Massey, Madam Chair, Iti Gani de the COVID Honda Kandi Morati, the program Zeki Garcia. Itaji the Honda, the Minister Tige, the Oze application Yacha. Cutely condition, you can't get a killer, which I did the Honda Dia John and did the good in there. Madam Chair.
And the $15,000 there. With respect to, I guess, what happened in the around Fort Smith area and that with trappers because of the high water. I'm not sure if that's, if that's a natural, if it's looked at as a natural disaster or what, but is the department looking at
the disaster compensation the Kenya department see ye gaganeta diese kesi o etane nane toyasa sasi ajogo ja sisi tuye se la jani de yesi de gaganeta na kina county la ucha di zekela sitlego kandi ye kayeti ko se sitlego niki sitlago mandadi kwajin dayen de masin.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. As for the definition, I'll probably get the Deputy Minister to try to give that, but it wasn't the Tolson Dam. It did not cause it. It was
Mother Nature allowed the Tolson Dam Dam Daguchal. Ki Solandi Chonhul de Honda Nashu Kandi Metadi Quaita. Kandi de Honda Kadi clean target chiu, the Deputy Ministry of Gundi. They mean the key is you the on the programs the key. Can't you make the Klesela? With the key I need it. Kozati the key and $4,500 would take out the Kozati is the key to any metacity. Is the key 25% Sila. You all trapping the key out. Two guys the key Tolton Dagucha the key. He got a Ajit Transimedeti, many other cases. He had the Concagucha Ita program Siasita. 40,000 got on. Do not detain them and Daddy Quaita. Tandina Hego or she do the Zeki. Ta di got you. Candiana Mura. Sanity Yadi means a case candy Muratin the criteria that got the end, the Massey, Madam Chair. Massey, Madam Chair, the traditional knowledge that is traditional law 65,000 on the county like 7,000 got say. Because don't it is truly the case here. The the Ajidi Kyoto Jose Honda Kotsai deal on the end.
I'll start, and with your permission, I'll ask you to go to the Deputy Minister. So with the variance there with the 7 to 65, it was actually due to a coding error, payments made out of other contribution lines, so that
Your contribution to honor on the country more at the end. Traditional knowledge, some but the Kegani de Candila di Ajiri Teke, a letter traditional knowledge, you see the horn down, they tear the Kandi the Kegani de the Kandi the Kezia, Mega Somba, Mega Gozandi, is the Kegayan. Ja minister di Jadundi, Kadinti was a two deputy minister, and the traditional knowledge Kandi go a Valanta got to make a good idea, a security taught the cake harder. Dage got a season without the RDT. It dies you take a dealer. A Jean Gouli activities take some bound, Dijon department take traditional knowledge take country food chikandi, is you can't the corporate management, Lajan, is you take a Massindi.
Thank you. Member for Trinity Willade.
Masi Cho, Madam Chair. My colleague there just took a lot of my thunder, but I'm glad that these questions were asked. And just hearing this last response to that did answer a lot of my questions. But I did have wanted to say a little bit about traditional knowledge. I think right across the board. I think for all departments, like if there's any sort of areas where there's any sort of research being done, I think this is very important. And to give an example, if there's any sort of study, scientific study, it's all.
The traditional knowledge. Then a down din data get is a room as a land. The Senata take issue met Hakundi Sella. Is Gandhi, Tanesi Gandhi, scientists get easy with Jay out in the Dandy go walk with an Tezeki. Then they get the George Zekia Gandhi Galandan.
In the area, in the north. They have a good pulse. They know every rock, every rock formation. Like what the history of is a certain area of land, and it's just valuable. And to me, that's more valuable than any sort of PhD for a lot of our, when I'm speaking about traditional knowledge and knowledge keepers. So I'm hoping that this funding amount here is really looked at.
Knowledge in dark as an tinding is you are. Teacher came again, Dada the sea. Go son, she said, on the joy to get it in. She towered the sea.
With your I'll start then with your permission. I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Traditional knowledge, local knowledge, and scientific knowledge is very much what ENR's.
You take you, ENR go Tata Salatia, Jean, a security Joteke. Estoya the Sateke, they get not the Tezeke, Jajon, the scientist Sandy. Metsigo, Kazani, then Metsigo, Azeke, Jarom Gondi, Yagun Lian. Janaki, Jidanaki Kandi 90. Jidati Kandi Sombaguan is in Ilan. Go white at the net Teande. Go Sanasur Methela. Deputy Ministry will talk Hayotian. Madam Chair, traditional knowledge so they directly on the Linden is your Kosana Sir Method, Tuesday get out of Method Land, Titana County Zekezi, Yogre Zekezi, the government Zekezi, the Rabbit Zekede Kogatanda, for Smith for resolution Zek. The scientists can't easy go a galaganda. Because I met a Honda on Dashi can't go to Yogindi. Dizeke Dandi can't dizeke Kaya get Dizeke. Metada on. Is easy like right at the net. Go like it. It's a guy get the net tally. Go on Dagoak on a ten. The Mullah scientists go on a time, Chicago go on a time, Condisi, Ishitaorisi, the traditional knowledge using Metada Arne, a Tanti, za di ze ke si yu wan de ni ma si tang di jo za a shu he
Specific earmark there for traditional knowledge. So thank you for that response. One other item here that kind of got my attention was the country foods here. It was the actuals were 239. Now it's down to 50,000. Is this being reallocated someplace else, or is this country food section being spoken for somewhere else in this section? Thank you.
The country food section was the Deputy Minister in the $239,000 a cooler the mega action plan is 18 different countries na yaiti is down whitly tiaja 2 minutes itaja 50,000 on then the get on it ka country food section ka so kandisi kote son bagi the mushiz yuzeke and indi.
Madam Chair, and thank you for that. So going back on just speaking to country foods again. So what other work is being done for studies in terms of this area? Is there anything ongoing right at this moment? Thank you.
Kalamandadi son bakandi yata lati zekezi ayen. Deputy Minister in Kasi son tizekezi galaita the Bego should the tizekia with the Tandi Mekeko was the Zekianite Taji Zekesi Lati on Suaza Izeki Fish and Wildlife Editor Raganda Caribou Project Shuraita the Betzekiazi Tasimike Galaita Zekezi Kandisi Gaita the Tandi Be that's a tizeki, Suizeki, Mitizeki. Ijikandia Kala, Mendadi Quaita, Tandi Tike Galaita Zeki. Masi.
And I guess one last question. Local wildlife committees here, there was actuals were 109, now it's 257. I guess my question is, was this due to demand, or was it in terms of subscription for this line? I want to know more detail on that. Thank you.
The community harvest assistance program winda. There wasn't a challenge the alley. The local wildlife family could tell it. In le tila kagondile tu sokerete age charges the hondashu kandiale ki itli yagustan the ko ki ko tatane de kwaji agaran de.
Are there any further questions under corporate management? Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to turn to page 74. Just want to make a general statement first. Page 74 has a lot to.
Page 74, traditional lifestyle here. Is you take it on the Dene Zhatıé, Nahitanakari Azeki.
And I've sat here for 2 times now, and there hasn't been any increases in the CHAP program, which is really important to an Aboriginal organization. I know that when I was at Salt River and Chief of Salt River that we were always asking for increases to some of these areas. And the CHAP program always...
CHAP program is here, so the scene at Zandi, Ejizeke, Nizu, Dene Zhatıé, Silisi Kandigala Zandani, then Nahiaron to take out indeed the Kizital color as he targeted. Ajon the take a death, let's say, Tandi Tenzi Lizeke Kenathet Mazanda.
That cost us quite a bit of money. When you look at some of these lines, and you're going to, you know, 50,000 to do a country food strategy.
The mentally going to 50,000 ko. Dizeke goes and Dizeke here. Dizeke la. She Titanesa Kata Arts, she's on Patuli. The dog is here.
You know, I find that so many times in government and in programs that affect Indigenous or Aboriginal people, we
Nakinako Senandi, the program of what is a Kennedy, Arjont, Asia, Johnson, Magogo, Macau Gata, literally.
The CHAP program, and at least you know it's going to the individuals.
Things
Sometimes are done. I mean, if you were in business, they would never be able to make it. You know, when you make business decisions, you don't do things this way. Everything's got to be studied, an action plan, a strategy. Doesn't anybody in the department actually make decisions? Thank you, Madam Chair.
We
think outside the box sometimes. We try to be as creative as we can, but most importantly, we work with our Indigenous governments. We need to work with them. With the ENR, we have co-management. We work with them, and for the
Indigenous government go laita ka 50,000 zeki ugundishu.
Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So all of the monies that are on page 74 are grants and contributions, which means that they're going out to communities or other organizations. So the $50,000 for country foods is going to communities for country food work to help to ultimately develop the strategy, but we develop those in collaboration.
The programs Kagachan chapter letter. Two guys, she got 50,000 is in. Family 60,000. Is it a coagulant has a care program? Got 260,000 appropriate harvesting subsidies a cater. The gazette latter case like the uncle has got a good day. The hold on the season, says a lias won't is on but the case. Tajida can't get it loud.
Cities, community training and knowledge exchange programs. We're also working on a trapper support program pilot with several communities as well, because they said that that was what they would like us to put some funding into. I'm sure once we've done the review of CHAP, we'll come back with recommendations and
Somba Chiniki there.
Member for Tabacha?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad that the minister said he'll start thinking out of the box, because someone's got to start thinking out of the box. You know, it's, I know that when I was in other leadership, that was one of the biggest concerns, was that CHAP program. And I think many times, even in discussions, even in the last business plan that we did, we wanted an increase to the CHAP program. And some of these other programs that that affect the people that.
The program went down it as robots in a CHAP program here on. She's a Kiayo was a one day.
In regional centers. And I find that the funding is lacking in this area. And I want to know when we're going to look at this very seriously.
The kids in Megason, but the guy, yes, a lot is you want to see. Title Metason by Niklia. Meta de Ade, Tutenaki got in date and night days is a Kianaki. Town did dig a night days is a $100. Yes, it has gone.
This CHAP program for like well, it's been 14 years now since I've been in leadership. And it's always the same, we always got the same amount. There was no increases. So
ils sont passés là就看啊，总是看那地上给，看地上那个给的是老点讲的这句话的心。
Chair, we're not going to put increases just to put increases in. We've made a commitment to our IGCs, our co-management partners.
然后那涨的是，或者看的地是这个嘞，看当看那地是看那地是哦，他的看没的是个在这里，但我在地这里在看，不过那个地上就是啦。特别们学习看的，啊，让个上来西海大，的看没的一个你在这开心，一直上把大卡的大，人家上把你大的，让那去过个来大的，但是在去看的，他特别们学的阶段的马新。
Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out that although the CHAP line item is staying the same,
一看就是看的，一是我的CHAP program 在开始，看的我看每个打造的 traditional economy 在开始，50,000 已经在是了250,000 COVID harvesting subsidy，以及的看的是也上百块对的了，indigenous government 在给的开对了，但是看的对个。
these are programs, as I mentioned, that Indigenous governments told us during the Sustainable Livelihoods Action Plan.
地区indigenous government 来看那个地界环岛地看的上班你啦，他 program 管理是大家管理，他对了大个的，这如果那是那个地对了的，你没事。
Member for Tabacha.
Madam Chair, I just want to thank the Minister for thinking out of the box. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Are there any further questions? I'm going to take a short recess here then, and we'll resume with the same activity. I'll now call Committee of the Whole back to order, and we are still on Environment, Natural Resource, Corporate Management. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I hear what the Minister says about not adding money to the Community Harvesters Assistance Program for the sake of not adding money, but I don't see this as simply adding money. I see it as adding money to add food for people who are struggling, and so I do see a direct correlation there. And so just to support my colleagues and their words, I do support an increase of funding to this because I think it goes directly to
Somebody at the line is near at the sort of your organ that you want to see the seat condition. I got that a seat song condition method long reality. The condition generally teach a got and done. That the secular condition, she megatana taught the hunters and trappers the case here. Is the song condi meganta that the city. Somebody here.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. My understanding, we give it to the Indigenous governments, and they then...
Indigenous government go ganita go ja the Tisiko Galanda, Sitandia Morishon. That the Deputy Minister did the Ikegondia Masini.
Deputy Minister Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's my understanding as well. And this is
the Gandhi Morishon, the regions of Casey, Kotauti needed the sub programs of Casey. Tajik Kandia Magaita. Yati on Tandi Galata Casey Kandi Kotsai Atule. Is it a Casey Kandi Degago Tizeke Kani Tendi. The Gandhi Latule Kotsa. Sorry,
Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, while this review is taking place, and given that there is a lot of support for increasing the amount of funding to the CHAP program on this side of the House, is the Minister willing to look at increasing funding for an access point?
Minister, the hunters and trappers the 11 Diego son banele, the Dandi, the Chitanaco, the Dandi, target is the Kiasina getting dear the CHAP program only get the
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hate to say it, no, not right now. We need to do what we said we were going to.
Tu la jeta the Kizimike, Nizita, Tulaki, Tukatitli, Tila on. This is government go lauta, because the program see the Honda to lay, Condisi, you got Tiagal de Ganite, Yini de la Tisa, that's an indigenous government head, Tian de Azon. Ta is the Condita Kata Lea to Leni de the minister is Catule, Yeke Conte, Sega Tia Lea to make a good day, Ganiten. To Sega Kandi on Lada Cindy Massi. Do la key Kandi opportunity gundile, Titeke, Atan Tani de. Da say Itiani de Ka do traditional economy te Kesi tell de ke not a Kesi chap funnel tele. Is it here? De que online programmate. Je vais remettre Riti. La Hilati o Kotako Desito, the indigenous government the action plans Yamagaita, the Sombagayan, Masin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. No, I'm keen to hear more about the Trapper Support Pilot Program that's going to be coming out. And I mean, I definitely support the Take a Family on the Land program and the Take a Kid Trapping program. But I find that people in the constituency I serve run into the same type of thing where
the Kagachne met Elan DG water see the programs that is here. She the school board the got the school see the application done get you Katile Kandia Sandia Tule Mace Honetashi Kozandi Tenete Kandisi Tenezandi Kandi Zeke Traditional Security Kandi Tenesi Kandia Tule Megason Bakazan Tazondi.
And so I am not the person to take my child and teach them how to trap. But I think that it is great when our younger generations want to partake. I have a nephew who would love to be able to.
And
have the opportunity to learn. But the trapper and hunter who lives 2 minutes down the road does not have the opportunity to seek out funding to be able to get kids involved on their own outside of a school. And so I'm wondering if within the review that will be
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. So, as the Deputy Minister said, this is an opportunity to look at things. I would encourage yourself and your individual that's down the street to, be part of the evaluation, to talk to us, get that feedback.
Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Last question. What is the deadline that the Minister is working toward to have the CHAP program and associated programs completely reviewed and kind of fresh and ready to go? Thank you.
Completely reviewed within the next 4 months. That's what. So we're looking at a 4 month from around this time to have it completed.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake, anything further? No? Okay. All right. Members, if there are no further questions, please turn to page 73. Environment and Natural Resources Corporate Management Operation Expenditure Summary 2021-2022 main estimates $14,547,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. We'll now move on to Environmental Protection and Waste Management, beginning on page 76 with information items on page 78. Questions? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to start with waste reduction. And I see that the line item for 2021-2022 under waste reduction has sunset, and I'm wondering if the Minister can let us know the reasoning for that. Thank you.
The waste reduction is situally one at the Kayakitian. Is it a case you got and is at your own? I got and two. That's a year to one who did the song, but the case I got to more out on the end of machine.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there was a waste management strategy that was published in the fall of 2019, I believe. And I'm wondering what has been achieved under that strategy to date. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that.
Deputy Minister. Madam Chair. Ka, a seat on Megulia Gucha. It's a Jitamo Gunde is a Kelagat and the two Netzekadesiago or two Senesio. Kala and Dadi Galata Kagoti Kalakotegute. And you ka
implement with MACA. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will come back during the Environment Fund then and ask about the waste reduction, or sorry, waste management strategy. So with that in mind, I'm going to flip to contaminated sites, and there's currently $339,000 allocated to contaminated sites. And my concern with that is that there is millions of dollars sitting within the federal government for remediating contaminated sites. Is
Detail, I would turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister is indeed the contaminated sites. Is it a case la department is connected some bazar got say on it is a case the agent government case condition the contaminated sites mind what got in the lazy condition you go is do the case contaminated sites make a light up got mega ready plates candy on the department go galanta on the city later case talk on the go galant that the committee see got a go senate and a with the candy that the two guys in London is anything. Tandi Modi Shoala Industry Tourism Investment Zeke Editi Shoala Zatkindi. Tizeke Editor na Higedeti Masindi.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And this relates back to the conversation that was had during the corporate management section. So I think I know the answer I'm going to get. But given the focus that this government would like to put onto remediation and the remediation economy, does the minister feel that the division is adequately staffed, or is this one of those ones where in order to really get dollars flowing from the headquarters?
Federal government decontaminated sites
Minister?
Thank you for that detail. I'll turn to Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So while there are positions that work on contaminated sites that are reflected here because it's part of the departmental budget, there are also positions that work on this at ENR right now that are funded out of the environmental liability.
ENR did you go to others allowed the education. Tuisika Gini, the Kizika Canata Sala, Dule Sedite, Kanjoka Kala, the Slate is a Kati. Is a Kemete could ask the case in.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the accepted waste sites,
Yellowknife North is the waste sites a Kiziganda. As you take KC2, Nakina Plaza, the last one, the reality is the federal GNWT is a Kigalion.
Minister?
That detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This group is involved in the negotiations with the Department of Lands and has conducted the work on these sites up to this point to doing the ESAs.
You go say Side Galata, Tula, Yalna Golata, Gedeti, you senior get the end. Dice Kizia and the Amidi La Galanta, Dice Kizia, Nandeze Kigasio, Dice Kiwara Sida, the Sonsomba Mizeki with the Kamikurish. Dice Kizia federal government, the Kedi Tiason Bandanigi Lego, the GNWT, the Kedi, the Kurikurish was going.
saying that to all three ministers at once who are responsible for this, I guess. Can I get an update on when we expect to see the Environmental Protection Act?
Environmental Protection Act la dan to you na je kha ke ti ayen.
Regards to the 6 sites, we've got a negotiating mandate from the government, from cabinet. We are now reaching out to the federal government. We're working on that.
The federal government ko me ke ga lai ta ti je ke si mo kha ya ne ti. Dan to la me je a ke si dan ni chua deputy minister ye kha ya ho ji yan. Ma sin.
Amendments to the Waters Act and the Environmental Protection Act are dependent on completion of the GNWT's review of the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. So once that is complete, we're ready to go on those amendments.
Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act di ye ga gin ta ta kha le ne ra ki ka tu me ke na ni ta yan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the department's 4-year business plan says that the Waters Act will be introduced in Q4 of this fiscal, and along with the Environmental Protection Act. Can I just get clarification that that is not actually the case? We will not be introducing those as per the business plan because we are waiting to see what happens with the MVRMA negotiations.
Business plans are the long di ji je ke wa de xi jin wa de yan.
Member for Yellowknife North?
Can I get clarification whether ENR is the department I ask questions of what's going on with the MVRMA negotiations then? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
VRMA la ta go ti yan di.
Member for Yellowknife North?
Madam Chair, I guess I show some frustration in that the department has done a lot of work on the EPA and the Waters Act and spent thousands of dollars working with Indigenous governments and stakeholders.
Ensemble ba di Indigenous government ko ga la gen do. Di je ke ji go chan. The Mackenzie Valley Environmental Act ji ta na ge de estile ni. Federal government down. Is you ka ka gon di le ma de di je ke ji. The MVRMA is unicorn methods a lion. Deputy Minister Indian. Madam Chair. Ka mentally quite taga like Tazon the Water Act case. Down the city case. La co-management che ontele tanti asi che di ya tago che che si go che tanti gala taga ita so ti che na di yi la aji di na di yi la ti o ko sane te che out de ni che asi lo ya se la di project che si go zu ke out de ni che ji da wa ti
Awaiting the results of the review of the MVRMA, and as soon as we can, we will, and it's not like we're not doing some work in the background to make sure that we're prepared. We will move on the EPA and the Waters Act as soon as that work is completed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I also want to speak to, can I just clarify, I understand that the waste reduction was only $200,000 and it's sunset, but does that now mean that, can I just get clarification that this environmental protection unit here is responsible for all of the implementation under the waste management, sorry, waste reduction strategy? I forget what it is. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to figure out who is doing the waste reduction work now, if it's not that unit. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
That detail, Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The waste reduction unit is still there. They're funded through the Environment Fund, and they're the group that will be implementing the waste resource management strategy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yep. Sorry, I misunderstood that a little earlier of how exactly those positions get funded. Can I just get a, I see there's 23 staff here, but how many are actually working on the waste reduction unit? I just want to get a sense of how well we're funding this. The waste resource management strategy is great. It has the potential to save us lots of money in making sure that, when we have to track how much it costs to put all of our buildings into landfills, that we are doing that properly. But I just want to get a sense of how many staff are actually in the waste reduction unit to do that work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
7. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North. All right, Member for Great Slate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at page 77, and in particular the Tega Environmental Laboratory line item. We're going to spend, the government's going to spend $2 million there this upcoming year, but when you look at the revenues, it only brings in $712,000 in revenues. While I understand that the lab does other things than besides contracting out or taking in samples from other, from private sector, there is concern about the lab testing itself and being the watchdog of its own projects. So has there been any look at Tega Laboratory to see whether or not it's still viable to have the laboratory, or would it be better off to use this money to fund Indigenous businesses, other northern businesses, create job opportunities outside of or business opportunities outside of the government? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
I'll start and then I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. We need Tega Labs. It's very important. I know the member may not agree with me. We've had conversations about that, and I respect her opinion. But when we're looking at the opportunity, it's about serving the people of the Northwest Territories, whether it's businesses or communities. So, and the quick turnaround when we get things done sometimes is quicker doing it. But for detail on the rationale why we still need to keep Tega Lab, I will turn it to the Deputy Minister with your permission. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my opinion, the lab is an essential service. So that lab does water testing for drinking water sources in the NWT, but also in Western Nunavut. Samples that wouldn't last. They have they kind of expire, you could say. They need to be done in a certain amount of time, and they can't be sent down south. And as the member pointed out, there really isn't a business case for the lab. It loses money. So what we're doing is making sure that we have the ability to do this sampling that communities need, and there's some short-term sampling for projects like Giant that have to be done within a certain amount of time, and they can't be sent down south. So, I think that the lab has shown its versatility in the work that it's doing on COVID wastewater testing, as well as the amount of hand sanitizer that was produced in the lab when we had that shortage there for use by government departments and those that work for the government that were on the front lines there. But clearly the work on water sampling and the sampling itself is not a viable business, and my understanding from looking into this further is that some communities in the south have lost their labs that are far larger than Yellowknife because they couldn't make it a viable business. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Great Slate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I do understand what the Minister and the Deputy Minister are saying. I actually don't recall ever having a conversation with the Minister about Tega Labs, in my opinion, on it, so I would like to just put that on the record. Whereas the ability to do short-term turnaround testing, there are other labs in town that do have the ability to do testing in town, and I do understand that Tega owns a specific piece of equipment, but it's not to say that others could not own that piece of equipment and such, as well as the sanitizer and the wastewater sampling could have been done by local or by businesses in the Northwest Territories as well. In fact, our own departments and government competed with a local business, and that business had to fight to get their sanitizer approved by our government in order to sell it after they went into production, and then Tega went in after them. So while I do appreciate that there is good to have in-town services, there's also an appearance that was
디제기 메가전다 디 indigenous organization 가지 취직 맛이 니트니 맛이.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for the comment.
Any further questions? All right. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
맛이 Madam Chair. 이지 제게 아웃다 waste reduction 제게 이지 고체 슈디 멘다리라 시계자 나타 이지 제게 시 당디 갈았다 제게 시면 다리 과진다 이 public 제게 가르치지 마시 Minister 이지 제게 디아디 Deputy Minister 이지 디아디 인디오제 시아르 시네니 마시 Agriculture Waste Management 제게지 하잔다니 데두테 고틀인데 제게 가니데 카 around Canada 지지다 가다다 다 ITI 이디티아고 따지고 원하는 디제케지 그제 주 NWT 제케지 컨디지가 가전에 디 제케 콜란데 미케가라다 디제케 위스 제케 가이드라인 다 가르다 다 2021 제케니 데카 이 가가나타 이제케 노테제 메시니 디제케 가니 데메체 가이드라인가 진다라 가니 다 디제케지 컨디시 메고나체 가르시네 센디 마시디
Minister?
Thank you. Yes, the Deputy Minister said yes, so I was going to say yes, but it's okay. She got ahead of me, so it's all good.
All right. Member for Frame Lake.
I'm not going to say anything on that one, but I appreciate the commitment to share that information with us. Let's just go back to my colleague from Yellowknife North was asking some questions about the legislative work of the department. You know, I was in the last assembly. We actually saw
legislative ajigalaganda dajekeji kamagazan daji jekeji la kamerigo je mekemen dadi gala da hutliati go jagi tautia ushata kondia da solandi asigala tale da gulia kuscha jekeji wa di act jeketa nana di so jeji go jeguinda di indigenous government jeketa ko ta zo jegun di jekeji workshops presentation 자기 가고 싶잖아요. 두 메데토. 디 assembly 제케지 이제 이 오늘 이제 추 NVRM에 고사고 차지 혼다 당디로래. 아직 다나야 되시 디제케지 NVRM에 제케 GNWT 제케디 예리고 다 하래 아시시네야겠지. 디 water license 제케 the county environmental assessment. Ajidi la nita. Adin de tule asisi gaita gotemeke galaitati. The water act ke garasindi masi.
Tell the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned before, this is related to Indigenous capacity to participate in
아지가라이다 계실레지 레지티브가라이다 아니 DMVRM에 주고가라이다 indigenous 주고가라이다 안데 indigenous government 시나 제카게 디아들레 아지디 제케가라이다 제케시 제카메기 클로메게 가라인다가 메게 가라다 카면 교레스 게게 디 water act 제케 NWT act 제케시 디앗 아제케지 제 혼다딘 디시 이지라쿠 아시차 지라티오 아시시라 오티리라 단디시 제게 밑에고 저 디즈라메게 메게 오티야 이지가 깔라메가라 다스고 Jilan war board shuakala go galaita jizeki. Masi.
Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And this may not be the best forum to do this, but I keep asking, what is it that we want out of the MVRMA? Do we want to be able to take it over and change it willy-nilly?
MVRMA jadala jiri ni de. Kulia title. Titi target jizeki gani de tu MVRMA. Iji handiaris. MVRMA la key legislative agite. Federal government di Janiko ni hand. The management resource agreement here. Ta tu mette tant tira gut. Agidi la GNWT genessa di zekizio. Si indigenous government la te kotseni te ya ze hutli kwa nani sia di kandi zeke MVRMA. Yesa no te si artenes. Di fed zekish. E tanti ji tasitliati MVRMA zeke di kandi tadeze kuise ani te situe was zekatin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to again turn to the Deputy Minister to try to answer the question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The review of the MVRMA and discussions on the MVRMA are an EIA.
MVRMA zekisi. Asin daligina tatzekisi kamodish. Do not the assembly sit a kesi go kinde. Digits government go tagati, go take handisi or that the indigenous government see. It on that song got a quickly go. Is it on it out to tago charging? Mo taditi. MVRMA the kesi. Side the indigenous government has any target or dark hardy while you didn't take Kagan Protection Water Act Nini Tatulian. Kandiana Nimasi.
Member?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I guess it's been a long day and I'm just not getting it. And I look forward, though, to this side of the House, the public actually having a better understanding of what GNWT is trying to do to get control of the MVRMA. I just don't get it. And it's not been made clear, it's not been made public, and I'm really worried about that.
The MVRMA when I say $3 machine.
Are there any further questions under the Environment Protection and Waste Management? Seeing none, please go to page 77. Environment and Natural Resources, Environmental Protection and Waste Management, Operation Expenditure Summary, 2021-2022 main estimates, $4,255,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Okay, committee, we will now go to Environmental Stewardship and Climate Change, beginning on page 79 with information items on page 82. Questions? Any questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at page 82. Can I just get clarification on what the 3 positions that were added to the Environmental Stewardship and Climate Change unit are?
Page 82 the case you want to see. To Kilandia Simike needs or just a Kiran.
Thank you.
Deputy Minister in the end. Okay, managers.
Minister, member.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I seem to recall there was an announcement of a number of positions across GNWT in regards to this. Can I just get a clarification whether there was any federal funding attached to those, and if so, how much?
Federal funding method only at the end.
Thank you. There is no federal money attached to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
And because you method at the end.
Sorry, can I get a bit of a clarification on what exactly the knowledge agenda is? And I believe I've asked this before in regards to, there's $233,000 here, but does this have any relation to the work being done to implement a knowledge economy? Thank you.
The knowledge economy, the knowledge agenda, the case. Madam Chair. Knowledge agenda like you on science the kyan. Yeah, me the Honda me go to Chinese. Da CC me gaita go the ya me go quit the action plan the case 18 on it. That is the case come one with 18. That is the case you see la. Ajiri the case government the case made the Ajiri la magalaita. Osana Asiju got to limit it down the case. Down the case, that is the case la car. The knowledge economy the case held. Is the case. Kadindiani de car methala. Tanatandi the knowledge galagi did the case yarn.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see that there's a $4,400,000. Can I just get a bit of an explanation of why we are decreasing our funding for conservation planning and implementation? Thank you.
Fund funding in year 3 as compared to year 2. The GNWT requested reduced federal funding for years 3 and 4 as a protected areas transition from more expensive establishment activities to implementation and management plan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Or
Madam Chair.
The federal government does some banigidi on the end. She said, "Kamatani Zayan."
I guess I am looking at the corresponding nature fund protected areas, $1.9 million. And I heard the minister say there that there was a decrease in federal funding. Can I get an understanding of how much of that $2 million for nature fund protected areas is?
Nature fund protected areas.
Thank you, Minister.
Detail, Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Nature Fund money is a portion of the Conservation Planning and Implementation Fund.
Nature fund money like I own. Somebody can't take any day. You don't need that somebody. If you got any day, he target teaching on there. You take a too. I get and that's a case. All on it on the entire Minister Kadindi, Kago any day. La data that you go into the Kennedy, Major Somebody with the legal and data Kigani government management in the Masi.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get some information on this $25,000 for adaptation plans? I guess it seems to be lacking.
The adaptation plans, 25,000 Niginio.
Can I get some information on this fund and whether we plan to increase it? Is it subscribed to every year? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
That detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on these pages that are grants and
department the adaptation plan the Kegando Sijati was sent out si te ke gulia si te ke gala ta te ke si kandia son bound dia kane te on the adaptation plan te ke gane te kotaran ki mega son bound te tiago on le te ke kandigo te ke sin la kandia meta kota te ke te adaptation plan is it out dia masi.
Thank you. All right. Member for Trinidad Willade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at page 81, a couple line items here, Irma and nature fund protected areas. So I'm just looking at description here. Irma, so that it's the assistance for
Nature Fund Protection Area te ke jiwati Irma Hesela Minister is te ke tauti kotachi la je taze desi.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Acho Dene First Nation, Akecho First Nations, Degagodi First Nations.
Acho Dene Acho First Nation, Dene First Nation, Fort Prowse Media Council, Fort Resolution Media Council, Fort Simpson Media Nation, Fort Smith Media Government here, Richimari, Kagatu, Cutler Deche, Dene Quan, Klitsuke, Dene Naande, Dene Band, No Slave Alliance is take Arosi, some baguette take West Point First Nation Jail Life and a Aron yet like that young is take.
Member for Trinidad Willade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that that list. I know maybe this might be a taller ask, but we will get to get a breakdown of which each organization gets, just to have an idea. This been prescribed properly? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. Yes, we will be able to share it for, I would assume that it's been managed properly. It's been looked after properly, but for clarity, I will ask the Deputy Minister to provide further information. Thank you.
Thank you. Member, or sorry, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a program that came over with devolution.
The program that devolution held. That the program is Garden down the Kogala that Kota Kezi Kogala that county. Got a Taji the Kezi, Tom make a good in there. The program the Kezi, Madam Chair.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, this is good to know. I mean, like I said, hopefully in the future we'll see some of the.
Masi it's a carnendi Yundago Gani de Honana Tennessee Kiki Naga to his take waters.
Fund protected areas. There are 3 protected areas here.
Nature Fund protected areas take Mikuru Janet. Down to the lots of the lots of Kigani then.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, I would turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For clarity.
Masi, somebody somebody in Diran and.
Oh, communities. Fort Resolution, Yellowknife, Fort Good Hope.
Resolution, Yellowknife, Fort Good Hope, Northwest Territories, Meat Nation, is Yazoteke, the Fort Good Hope, the Yellowknife, and the First Nation Yellowknife, is Yagotas also Bati and the Masi.
Thank you for that response. I guess my other question is, what is the split between the 3 protected areas in terms of this budget line item? Thank you.
It's a kilometer protected area, the Kilatandio at the end.
I'll go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a little bit of a challenging question because there's nature funds money that comes.
다시 라 JWT 자티 이제 하나다 아저지 코 타자티 코 타디 디전 nature fund 거 자티 다티 제 계시 같은 다니데 해상티다 해시 JWT fund 거 제가 fund 간다 제 계시 아니데 2.7 million 이제 계시 그래서 128 million 해시 602,000
Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, no, thank you for that. I don't have any other questions on this section. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. I'm just going to, members, we're going to take a
맛이 뒤나지지 저렇게 나오더니 맛이
I will now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we were on environment and natural resource, environment stewardship, and climate change. Are there any questions? We've gone through Yellowknife North and Trinity Willowday. Are there any questions from members under this section? Seeing none, please go to page 80. Environment and natural resources, environmental stewardship and climate change, operation expenditure summary, 2021-2022 main estimates, $14,638,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you. We will now go to forest management, beginning on page 83 with information items on page 86. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get an update on where the Forest Act is?
Thank you. Member Minister.
For that detail, the Deputy Minister, thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have issued an invitation to IGCS members to participate in the development of the Forest Act in accordance with the new IGC legislative protocol. Numerous IGC members have indicated their interest. Our next step is to have a technical briefing this month with interested IGCS members, after which the timeline and technical working group structure will be determined to move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to hear that it's not dependent on the MVRMA. Perhaps can I just get, I recognize that we have developed a new IGCS protocol and we're trying to, you know, honor our commitment to a co-drafting process, and I'm happy to hear that. Can I just get an update of whether we expect that to change the timeline for introduction as in the business plan? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're hopeful that it will not change the introduction timeline, but we respectfully will leave that to once we have had those discussions with the IGCS and have developed the timeline and work plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just get a little bit of an explanation of what is going on with the fire operations suppression budget here, noting that it was 14 million, then 18 million, then 22, and now back down to 18. Is this just the nature of it's hard to predict how much fire suppression we need, or what that $4 million is? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
I'd turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 1920 was not a bad fire year, which is the reason that the numbers are lower in the 1920 actuals. The revised estimates, you'll notice the 22 million. This was due to some additional funding the department was provided with because of COVID issues. We wanted to make sure that we were able to address concerns with how we were going to fight fires and make sure that we were able to protect the people and the property and the environment of the NWT. And there were and we were really concerned about having to bring in firefighters from outside the territory. So we put forward a request for funding for multiple initiatives to make sure that we would be able to remain as COVID compliant as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get an update on whether we are doing any replanting or forced planting? I know this has been a bit of a debate in the NWT, but I also know that there's lots of federal money out there for forestry initiatives. Are we currently have any money in this budget for replanting? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. For that detail to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been some work done on the efficacy of planting, and natural regeneration has been supported, but there are some areas where we're doing some research work, and we have some additional funding from the federal government to look into this. It was pushed back because of COVID, because there are challenges with tree planting and COVID, but we're definitely still working towards the outcomes of that research work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And there's been a lot of talk about biomass and a lot of questions to infrastructure previously and different departments. And as part of that kind of longer term vision is, you know, the idea of communities developing their own, whether it's cordwood or wood chips and kind of these community woodlots. Can I just get a sense of whether forest management has any role in that work or any money in that budget for that type of work, or whether that's a question best left to the biomass people? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you for that detail. I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that there are aspects, as the member has pointed out, that are related to infrastructure, but I would highlight that our Forest Management Division has a group that is actively working on forest industry development and is in contact with many communities in the NWT and working on projects with them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other member for Nunavut?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, page 89, the Water Strategy Action Plan. Where are we at with the upstream, I guess, with too far ahead? Okay. Okay, let's go to that section. Just never mind. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hey. Are there any questions from members under the forest management? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure, but is this a section, I guess, where we can ask about, I guess it is, their industry development. Is, like, I see $50,000 there. What's that actually, I guess, for? Is that for looking at the harvesting and different development in that area? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Remember, tell me what page he's on?
85.
Sorry. So my understanding, it's if it's on number industry development, correct? Yeah. So it's my understanding. We saw some work, various sawmills like in Jean Marie right now, and the pellet centers. And then we received SUP for fire smarting as well. So thank you. I think I've answered two questions there with one question.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just look at that 50,000 number there, and I take a look, I guess, at harvesting and in the Northwest Territories, and there's not a lot of it, I guess, mostly out of Hay River with the company there, I guess, and maybe somewhat in the smaller communities. Is there any, I guess, appetite to push industry development a little bit more and throw some more money at that initiative? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've been working with many communities on the projects that you've been discussing at the kind of the level of the sawmill or that type of thing. But we've also been working with Timberworks and Diga, who are companies under the Forest Management Agreement, to develop relationships with Aurora Wood Pellets in enterprise. And that is a major project we've been working on for many years with Indigenous governments. So we are open to those conversations, and we are actively working with communities on these types of projects. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. And it's community driven. Like it's, like I said, Jean Marie, they're looking at doing this as well. So they've reached out to our staff and are working with them to try to come up with a plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess, again, that $50,000 there, like, if you spread it out, you know, amongst a few communities, it doesn't go far. So, like, where is it most of that, or where does most of that 50,000 go? Is it to one specific community, the major portion of it, and is it all subscribed to as well? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Detail will go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister.
Madam Chair, so as you can see here, there's 50,000, but the actuals are 128,000. There's more money that is going towards this industry development than what's in these grants and contribution line items. For this, I don't have the specifics in front of me of what's going to what, but there's several small contribution agreements with communities to look at opportunities for sawmills, for example. And there has been in the past many years that we've worked with communities, particularly Fort Resolution and Fort Providence, a number of funding initiatives to help support the development of businesses under the forest management agreements. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just looking at the industry there, it seems like we haven't made a lot of headway. Maybe I'm wrong, but I guess I would, over the number of years we've been kind of looking at the, you know, forestry type businesses that we really haven't done a lot. And I understand it's community driven, so I'm not sure if we can do more or not. But anyways, I just want to go to page 84, and under contract services, that's 17,700 and 17,779. What's that? What does that entail, and what is it? Where does that go? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Sorry, just, yep. So for that detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to answer our question.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those would be things like aviation and air tanker contracts, firefighters, the negotiated contracts, pre-suppression contracts, and aircraft maintenance contracts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Are there any other questions under forest management? Seeing none, I'll get members to go to page 84. Environment and Natural Resource Forest Management Operations Expenditure Summary, 2021-2022 main estimates, $38,498,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, now we will go to Water Management and Monitoring, beginning on page 87 with informations on page 90. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in regards to the Water Strategy Action Plan, how are the, with the, I guess, upriver sites for checking them and for contaminants and what's flowing down the river, how many of those sites do we have open now? And are they still half of them shut down due to COVID-19 restrictions? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there were more stations that were where the monitoring was occurring, and then I believe it was in January or February, there were travel restrictions that were put in place, and the Environment Canada staff that do the sampling at those sites near the oil sands are in Saskatchewan, so they were unable to travel to do the sampling. So in discussions with the Alberta government, they agreed they are continuing to do their long-term monitoring, and they agreed to do key stations. 27th baseline, Athabasca is one of them. It's the long-term monitoring station, and they're doing that one as well, so we can make sure that we're maintaining a monitoring record. And then as soon as the travel restrictions due to COVID have stopped, then they'll be coming back to do more sites than what they're doing right now. There are some sites that are closer to the NWT that are in Alberta that are being done out of Yellowknife by Environment Canada. So there's 4 of them. One of them is in the NWT, 3 others that are being done as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
In regards to the water partnerships and agreements that we have with research departments in Alberta, and are they, all the information is shared, correct, in regards to what's in the water? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
All reports are shared with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Nunavut?
Yeah, no, just want to make it, like for myself, it's a big thing because everything flows down the Mackenzie and ends up right in Tuck. So just want to make sure that any of the sites that are making sure that our bilateral agreements and making sure that all information is shared and passed along to the Nunavut Regional Corporation in regards to information that's coming. Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you for that detail of who we share within our Indigenous governments. I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the results that we do get, and part of the transboundary agreement is setting up what we call an early warning system in the transboundary agreement, which is sampling and the monitoring data for quality and quantity that's in Alberta upstream. What we do is we have an annual report that we do with Alberta that's published, and that is on the monitoring that happens right at the border. But if there are any changes that we see, we look at that early warning system data to see why that change is happening, and we make sure that we explain that in the annual reports. Right now we're a little bit behind on that reporting because we needed to work together on how we were actually going to develop the reports. But I'm happy to say that we're working right now on 2 years together in one report, so that we'll be up to date on that reporting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Nunavut?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I didn't even have you on the clock. Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to go on the same line as my colleague here in terms of trans-water boundary items. I know that we do have one with agreement with Alberta and BC, but if I heard correctly, I don't think we have anything solid in place with Saskatchewan. Can the Minister give us an update if there's any work been done in this area? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We provided a draft agreement for review to Saskatchewan a couple of years ago, and we just recently had a meeting with them. They had some capacity challenges, and to be honest, on their priority list, it's not the same as our priority list because it's a very small portion of Saskatchewan, but they have reviewed it now, and they're at the table with us, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to come to an agreement with Saskatchewan in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair? That's okay. Just waking everybody up. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And well, like I've always said this before, you know, like the water systems, it doesn't see borders, you know, with all our water systems, everything's all connected. And, you know, I bet you if we had any major environmental concerns here on our side and something still in another jurisdiction, there'll be all over us. I think that there needs to be that mutual respect. I think that's really important. So I just thought I'd make that as a comment. I'm going to move on to the NWT water strategy. Can the Minister just explain exactly what the contribution is, how this works, and how this, what exactly this line item is? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
So my understanding, it's funding for University of Guelph to initiate groundwater monitoring in the Fort Lauderdale area, but it's been delayed due to the COVID. Yeah, so it's for projects like that, but for other detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This can be for contributions with communities to work on community projects, or it can be to work on research projects, as the Minister has put forward. It's any sort of contributions, agreements that we have, or work that we do to implement the Water Stewardship Strategy Action Plan. So there's many, many things that fall under that category. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad Willade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, that's good to know. And this other last item here, this other contribution for the Mackenzie River Basin Board, can the Minister explain what that is as well?
Thank you. Minister.
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's an agreement that was signed in 1997 among all of the jurisdictions that are part of the Mackenzie River Basin in Canada. And that agreement, the way that it's implemented, is through meetings of the Mackenzie River Basin Board. So the NWT is a member, and we have an Indigenous member that participates on the Mackenzie River Basin Board, as do the other jurisdictions that are in the Mackenzie River Basin. So this is a contribution towards this that we make every year, so that the board can continue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad Willade.
No, that's good to know. Like, I wasn't too sure I understood that because, yeah, because in the actuals it didn't exist now. That's earmarked for that. So at least I know what that's for. And at this time, I don't have any other questions, Madam Chair.
Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So the number for water regulatory and assessment on page 88 is just kind of like in flat line. I'm just wondering why it hasn't sort of gone up or down. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
For that detail, I'll turn to the Assistant, or ADM. Sorry, thank you. Or DM, sorry.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Madam Chair, that's the amount that's allotted for water regulatory, and we're able to work within that budget. If you can see from the actuals, we actually came in under the budget in 1920. So we've had discussions with the regulatory group, and this funding is adequate for the work that they need to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think this is the line item where our water inspectors would go and do inspections. And I just want to know what's happening with the diamond mines right now, whether our inspectors are allowed to go to the site and whether they're able to perform their job. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you. That's actually Lance that actually has the responsibility to go into the mines. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
I don't think so.
Deputy Minister?
We already have lands officers that go into the mine and they do the waters work at the same time. So all of the diamond mines right now, the water regulatory work by the water officers are done by lands officers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Okay. Am I allowed to ask, are those inspectors actually allowed to go to the site right now? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
That would have to get back to the member. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, look, I know we're into year 2 of a pandemic, but it's an important time at some of these sites as well in the life cycle of some of these mines. And Deputy Minister knows this way better than I, that in a couple of months we're going to be talking about spring freshet. That's a very important time at these sites because water starts moving around and strange things can happen. So I just want to make sure, and I don't think our folks were able to go there in May and June of 2020. So I want to make sure that our folks get there this year and be able to do their work. I don't know what else I can say. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
We will get back to the committee with that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Further thanks.
For Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just curious to know why there was no 2019-20 actual for the Mackenzie River Basin Board, and I apologize if that was answered. It's been a long day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
To the DM. Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've been doing an assessment of things that should be contracts versus contributions, and this is one of them that was we have switched to doing as a contract. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's good to hear. I like to hear that we're being more efficient, so kudos to the department for that. When the Deputy Minister commented that the NWT water strategy line item, the $175,000, could be used by like a variety of projects, and that includes research and community projects, given that there's potential for the university side to dip down as COVID restrictions still continue on, although I know that a lot of those people are probably really dedicated and are willing to maybe come up and spend 2 weeks in the bush, isolating for themselves so they can do their research. But I'm just curious to know, is this a potential or an area where we could be actually increasing the funding and then using this money to increase or meet our mandate of increasing employment in small communities? Since it is a broad fund from the sounds of it, it does sound like it could be a great way to start creating new projects in small communities at this time. Perhaps maybe not an increase in funding as I see people's faces, but even just repurposing a little bit of this money so that instead of it being very restrictive, it could be used to sort of, again, keep money flowing into smaller communities, keep people working. It does seem like it's a great area to moving forward with like the water, I can't say the Water Guardians or the Guardian program, all of that kind of thing. It's all step in line with that and increasing our knowledge economy as well. So just more of a suggestion or comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. I'll take that as a comment. Did the Minister have anything to follow up?
I thank the member for that, and we will have discussions. I mean, nothing's a never, and here's maybe the opportunity to look at it, but we will be having those discussions. But further detail, maybe get the Deputy Minister.
That funds our community monitors and provides funding to Guardians already. So we have looked at those opportunities. The department has actually looked at some of the work where we would travel into communities. We've hired local residents to work with communities to do that work. So along the lines of what the member has stated, we've been doing that work, and this line item in particular is how we get money out for community monitoring and the Guardian programs that we support. Thank you, Madam. Related to water. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. No further. Okay. Are there any further questions under the water management and monitoring? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to this section, what percentage of these funds go to funding or providing funding to Indigenous groups to participate in development of strategies and action plans? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you for that detail. Turn to the Deputy Minister.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would depend on the year because it depends on what projects that we're doing. We have an Aboriginal steering committee that supports the implementation of the water strategy and has since we started to develop it. So those costs are always covered for the participation of the Aboriginal steering committee. Some years we have traditional knowledge projects that we're working on or community work that we're doing. Other years we have more research, but under the water strategy, there's a consistent is consistent work with communities, because many of the action items are to work directly with communities on water issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to research and monitoring, I guess I'd ask what's the extent of monitoring that we do, and is it concentrated in a specific geographical area in the Northwest Territories, or is it, I suspect it's up and down the valley and throughout, but just because, you know, the water coming into the NWT is going to be, we're going to see more contamination there. So I'm just wondering where we're doing most of our monitoring and where most of those dollars are going. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. We do have various sites across there, and we're making sure, as Deputy Minister said, if there's early warning systems we have in place, and we're able to see if there's contaminants coming down. But for detail on where the sites are, I'll go to with your permission, to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's different types of water monitoring that we do across the territory. There's hydrometric monitoring, which is water quantity monitoring. And in the Bodell region, there's 27 sites, in the Sawtoo 22, in the Dutcho 17, in the North Slave 28, and in the South Slave there's 10. So they're distributed across the territory. Another example is the community-based water quality monitoring that we do. So there's 5 different monitoring, it's with communities. So there's 5 communities in the Bodell region. There's 11 sites that are monitored with the communities in the Sawtoo, 9 in the Dutcho, 7 in the North Slave, and 6 in the South Slave. There's also meteorological monitoring that's mostly focused in the Bodell and the North Slave, and there's snow surveys that are done across the whole territory as well. And then there's the transboundary water quality sites, 1 in the Bodell on the Peel, the Dutcho on the Liard, and 1 on the Hay and 1 on the Slave in the South Slave. And then we have a water quality network with 22 stations in the North Slave and 10 in the South Slave. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to, I guess, water monitoring, is in the land claim agreements, you know, there's specific sections, I think, for that. When we're looking at this, how do we incorporate, I guess, what's in the agreements with respect to what we're doing in managing and participation from Indigenous groups? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. For that detail, I have to turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So when we were developing the water strategy, there was a number of things that we looked at, and land claim commitments were one of the main foundations for the water stewardship strategy. There were a lot of concerns that were being brought forward about water because it's so important to people in the NWT, and we worked collaboratively with Indigenous governments and other water partners across the NWT to come up with that water strategy. And really, it was the foundation for the mandate for the transboundary agreements as well. And the Aboriginal Steering Committee is key. So they have guided us, they guided the transboundary negotiations, they've guided all of the aspects of development and implementation of the water strategy. So we've got the land claims as the foundation, and then we've got Indigenous participation the whole way through development and implementation. And I think that, I hope that that answers the member's question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The other question I guess I have is with respect, I guess, to the monitoring and management is, and has the, I guess, is there any case law out there that's available, any challenges with upstream upstream industries and that doing work up there? And has there been any challenges from any of the Indigenous groups or the government in the Northwest Territories to challenge any work by whether it's pulp mills or mining companies to that may I guess have potential damage for waters coming into Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, I'm going to have to go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not specifically up to speed on case law specifically, but what I can speak to is the fact that we have participated as the government in environmental assessment processes for Site C and some other developments. And the transboundary agreement, while it's cooperative in nature, we have a bilateral management committee for that. So that management committee includes the Assistant Deputy Minister from the NWT and from Alberta, and it has an Indigenous member, which is Tim Heron from the NWT Métis Nation, that sits on that bilateral management committee. And that's where we bring concerns and address any issues that come forward for the transboundary agreement. So if we can't, there's a whole dispute resolution mechanism that's built into the transboundary agreement as well if we can't come to an agreement, but the process there does not preclude us from using a legal method if required. What we're trying to do is work collaboratively through that bilateral management committee as the first step, and then we take the opportunity to participate in environmental assessments as required, and then we have that dispute resolution mechanism. But as I mentioned, we could still use legal recourse if needed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under water management and monitoring? Seeing none, please turn to page 88. Environment and Natural Resources Water Management and Monitoring Operation Expenditure Summary 2021-2022 main estimates $9,780,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, we will now go to page 91, Wildlife and Fish, beginning on page 91 with information items on up to page 94. Questions? Any questions? No questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So let's talk about caribou. Caribou, the barren ground caribou surveys were supposed to happen last year. They didn't because of COVID. What's happening this summer? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
So we are planning to do the survey this summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So how much does it cost and where is it found in the budget? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. For that detail, I will turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The surveys cost around $430,000. They're done every 2 years, so the budget was set up to have that funding there every 2 years, and now we're off cycle because of COVID. So what we're doing is we're lapsing the $430,000 that we didn't spend on the surveys this year, and then we will be able to use that funding next year, and we're going to adjust the cash flow so then that funding is available every second year from then on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Madam Chair, I appreciate that. So I just want to be crystal clear. The money can be carried over from last year to this year to allow for the survey work to be done. You don't have to cut internally, look for unused funds in other parts of ENR or even within Wildlife and Fish to do the work. Just want to be really clear about that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. So my understanding, we're lapsing it this year, and then we're able to pick up the money next year, next fiscal year, to do the job that we were going to do this year, but because of COVID, we weren't able to. So we do have the money that is, and I wouldn't say we're transferring, we're lapsing it this year, then bringing it, then we're getting the money next year fiscal year to do the survey. For detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to talk about the finances to it.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only addition that I will make is that we will need to put forward a SUP request for next year, but the Department of Finance is aware that we're lapsing the funding this year and that the work needs to be done next year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, Madam Chair. So I guess I'll put in a good word for you guys right now with the Finance Minister that I want them to approve that. And if they don't, they'll have to answer to me. So, no, I'm deadly serious. This is, these herds are in very, very desperate state. One of the most reliable ways that we have to determine their health is through the calving ground surveys. If the work is not done, we have no idea what's going on with the overall well, I shouldn't say no idea. Our ability to predict and project is diminished dramatically. And I know I'm talking to scientists about this, so they get this. So we have to have that work done. And I expect that all of Cabinet's going to line up behind that. So I do want to ask, though, about the wildlife research and management line on page 92. There's a $700,000 drop predicted or projected from what we spent last year. So can someone tell me why that is being reduced? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. 230K was a Nunavut Tuck Highway Environmental Assessment funding. It was sunsetted. 430,000 conservation and recovery of the Bathurst Blue Nose East herd. Caribou, ground caribou herd funding fluctuates according to the calving plan. So that's where that money that we had from, we talked about the survey. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. So, I'm sorry, I'll just go back and ask one other question. So the $430,000 for the Barren Ground Caribou surveys, does that then have to be brought forward through a SUP? Thank you.
Minister?
Yes.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. You've already got one vote. Appreciate that. I want to ask about work for caribou habitat protection. Where would I find it in the budget here? And I see that there's a habitat and environmental assessment line. Is that where I would find money, and how much, and what is actually being done to protect? I'll just pick on one herd, the Bathurst caribou herd.
Minister?
Detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Do you have it? Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is that the money for the habitat protection comes under the line item for wildlife research or habitat and environmental assessment. I don't have the exact number with me that we're using on that, but it's related to the pilot project that we have provided information on previously. So I don't have the exact number at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
We'll make the commitment to get that back to committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister for that. I'd understood that there were some meetings that were to take place in the fall, or maybe it was in January with the Tlicho and some other Indigenous governments and communities to start to identify specific areas for habitat protection. critical habitat. Like, look, there's nothing else we can do on the harvest side, quite frankly, other than maybe, and I do appreciate the work of the minister and what he did in the media today. Maybe we can do some more enforcement stuff there, but there's not much we can do with the harvesters to deal with that anymore. We've tried the predator stuff. That seems to have worked a little bit. The one area where we haven't done anything and is still outstanding, even in the range plan, is habitat protection. And so I had understood there was going to be some meetings. What's the status of that work? And have we actually started to identify areas that need to be protected, even permanently, for the Bathurst caribou herd? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have begun work on all 8 recommendations in the Bathurst Caribou Range Plan. There's been a draft framework for the implementation of mobile caribou conservation measures that was completed in March 2020, and we're currently working with Aurora Geosciences to develop detailed operational guidance based on a pilot program which piloted mobile caribou conservation measures in the summer and fall of 2020. We've also, as the members stated, met with the Clecho government and identified caribou habitat as a value at risk under our wildlife management system, and also identified key boreal and barren ground caribou habitat. It's my understanding that we're now having meetings with other Indigenous governments to get their input as well, not to include with the Clecho input. And the intention is to, my understanding is that those meetings are ongoing at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll probably have some more questions on this habitat protection, maybe even later this week. But I did want to ask about the status of transboundary work with the government of Nunavut. The minister did invite me to a meeting not that long ago. I guess it was about a year ago. The Nunavut Premier was there. He's interested. And there were some user groups there. Where are we at with a transboundary caribou agreement? And I know the Premier Nunavut's been diverted with some other stuff, even in his hometown. But where are we at with a transboundary caribou agreement for the Bathurst herd and maybe some of the other herds? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. I'll start and then turn it to the Deputy Minister. So we've been trying to follow up on the meeting we had from last year with the member was invited to. A couple of members from the House were invited to, which was really good. We had Indigenous governments, we had the Nunavut government. The Premier is the Minister of Environment from Nunavut, so not only is he the Premier, but he's taken that portfolio. Unfortunately, the situation hasn't arrived that we were able to have further conversations. As the member talked about, he's been pretty busy in dealing with some of the challenges that are there. We're still trying to work with them. We've reached out a number of times, and we're trying to fit it into our schedule to have those conversations. But the work for the staff, I will turn to the Deputy Premier, or Deputy Minister, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't think that per se we were looking at a transboundary agreement in the sense of an agreement. We have range plans and management plans that we've collaboratively developed with Nunavut. So they're a partner that we work with regularly on the implementation of those plans, like some of the other provincial governments as well, when the herds go cross boundaries. So we recognize and work very closely at the department level with the Department of Environment in Nunavut. And certainly they've been involved in these multi-year processes with Indigenous governments to develop range plans and management plans for the herds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my colleague from Frame Lake covered a lot of the questions I was going to ask, but that's fine. There's a few questions I want to ask anyways. So I'm just looking at some sunsets here. The alternative harvest and the monitoring range planning. Can the minister explain a little bit about that, like why these two area line items are being sunsetted? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
That detail, I have to go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The alternative harvest funding was a one-time pilot funding project to assist harvesters in exploring alternative food sources other than caribou. And although there was no budget allocated ongoing, we have this year provided funding because of the mobile zone being as large as it is and the difficulty accessing caribou. So several Indigenous governments have received alternate harvest funding this year. What was the other one? Could I ask for clarity on what the other item was that the member was asking about, please?
Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Monitoring and range planning.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Me? Oh. Thank you, Madam Chair. This was also one-time funding, and it was to support Indigenous governments and organizations' involvement in boreal caribou management and range planning. So that work was scheduled to be completed in that year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
Madam Chair, no, I'm just concerned, like, you know, we were just mentioning, you know, that this caribou management, like, it's just important work, and I just don't want to see anything being taken away from that. I think that we need to make sure that we protect all our wildlife, and I don't know, it just seems like, you know, like there's this one-time contribution. I think this should be something that should be continuing on. That's how I feel about it. I'm sure a few of my colleagues do as well. Yeah, so I'm going to move along here. That was just a comment. The Wildlife Management Board, I saw it someplace else here. Maybe I'm going off a little bit here. Can the minister just explain what this is, this line item here for $118,000?
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, ask the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This line item is for contributions to support the wildlife management boards across the NWT. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
No, thank you. And the other item here too, there's a decrease here as well, not so much a sunset, but for the stewardship program. Can the minister explain why there's a decrease there as well?
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. So that there is due to internal alignment due to historical actuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
Madam Chair, so I didn't catch. I heard a sneeze through that. was that historical actions?
Minister?
Historical actuals.
Okay, good. So can the minister just elaborate what that is meant by that? Thank you.
Thank you. Member, Minister?
Historical actuals are actually what it has cost us to do this program area. So we go to the actual there. So we've realized this is where the numbers for us to be able to do it. So this is our actual cost to run the program. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, fair enough. Thank you. I just wasn't too sure there. And I don't have any other questions except to say, you know, we got to just continuing do as best we can with what we got to support our caribou. You know, it's, since time immemorial, where our people, you know, lived off caribou, and I just hope that you know, we could see like our future generations continue to harvest and hunt, you know, this animal, and I'm hoping that we keep these herds strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you. I totally agree with the member. So the member is aware. We did, as he was aware, we've met with YK Dene, the elders and chief, their committee there to talk about it. We're also going in, I believe it's the 26th 24th is Fort Smith, sorry. The 26th, we are going into Let's Okay to meet with Chief and Council and the elders too, to talk about the caribou situation as well. So we are looking and listening to our communities and affected governments and IGCs or IGOs, depending on who you talk to. So yeah, so we are listening and we are trying to make sure we make the caribou a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Sorry. We're in the information items at the end. Sorry, remember I wanted to, yeah, thanks. That's why.
Sorry. Are there any further questions under Wildlife and Fish? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess it's called Wildlife and Fish, and I haven't heard anything about fish yet, so. Being from Hay River, I can't go back there if I don't ask questions. I would like to know what percentage of this budget item here goes to, I guess, to the area of fish management, or I guess is what I'm asking. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to the Deputy Minister for that detail. Thank you.
Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the name of this used to be the Wildlife Division, and it was changed to the Wildlife and Fish Division because we have begun discussions with the federal government to look at taking on some responsibilities related to fish. What I will say here is that there is limited amounts in this particular budget, other than for some of the enforcement aspects that happen at the regional level, for that we have an agreement with the federal government already on. But fish are covered off under the Cumulative Impact Monitoring Program. There's much work that's done on fish because it's one of the valued ecosystem components, that water fish and caribou. And also there's fish work that has been done related to the human health risk assessment for giant, and there's fish work that has been done as part of the water stewardship strategy implementation, because you don't generally talk to people about water and not talk about fish. So we've done some fish research projects, but in fish, wildlife and fish specifically, the funding is related directly to that enforcement role that I mentioned. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we're in discussions with the federal government, at what point, or is there a timeline where we take more responsibility? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
That detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's early stages of that work. I think that this decision was before my time working with this section, but I believe what we were doing was setting ourselves up to be, to be like other jurisdictions. Most jurisdictions have a wildlife and fish section, or a fish and wildlife, as many of you have heard. So the intent here is to be ready for those discussions, but they're at an early stage. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm not sure what else to ask then, if we don't really have a hell of a lot of responsibility. So that'll be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Are there any further questions under Fish and Wildlife? Seeing none, please go to page 92. Environment and Natural Resource, Wildlife and Fish, Operation Expenditure Summary 2021-2022 main estimates, $16,156,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. There are additional information items on page 95 to 103. Do members have any questions on any of those? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at the work performed on behalf of others, and starting on page 101, and Obviously, that would vary over the years, dependent on what, say, the federal government needs for us to do, and et cetera, et cetera. But when you look at it, it's for the year coming up, estimated to be around $7.6 million. Can the minister speak a little bit to, this is $7.6 million that wouldn't necessarily be in the economy of the Northwest Territories, and I guess it's kind of more, could be an ITI question, but can the minister speak to how we can leverage more money, I guess, under work performed on behalf of others, as it seems like it might be a way to at least keep money flowing through our economy, using it to keep people employed. I mean, if we can fund projects under this or pay for things under this, why would we not try to increase this amount? Or maybe I'm completely out to lunch because it's almost 8 o'clock on a really long day. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Minister.
I'll start and then I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. So these here are projects that we, as it says, we're performing on behalf of others. These are things that we've worked with the federal government or the organizations to get done. But to advance it would be a bit of a challenge right now because of our commitments, but I think I got that look, so I'm going to turn to the Deputy Minister who can clarify that part. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that this is one element where the department is always looking for opportunities to work with others and do work that meets our mandate requirements and the work that we need done as a territory. I definitely think that this list has been longer in other years, but that's likely the result of not finding as much alignment as we have in other years. But I can definitely say that our department does a good job of looking for money from other groups to help support the work that we do in the NWT, but there's always room for improvement, and we are definitely engaging at the department in discussions along those lines. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess I should also say this is also a department that does lots of science and facts and things, as I said, when I had other departments in front of me. So I like what I hear the Deputy Minister saying. I do understand what the Minister says about capacity at this time and such. But yeah, I'm a firm believer the more we can get people from the South to pay for us and things that we need, why wouldn't we? So more of a comment, and I'm done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. I'll take that as a comment. Any further questions under the information items? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I think I ask this almost every budget. The Nunavut Water Board, you know, this is, I know, some kind of artifact of devolution. You know, that they do good work, they got good staff, but why are they kind of on our payroll? I know we get money from the federal government for this, but these folks should be independent of GNWT. And like the other land and water boards, I just don't understand why this is here. They should be getting their own money outside of the budget, and what are we doing? This is just kind of like the Hay River Health and Social Services Authority. It's another one of these instances where this was a federally funded institution of public government, and now it's for GNWT. What are we doing to make this board really independent and allow them to hire their own staff, look after their own budget, do all their own stuff, instead of us doing it? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, I can honestly say that I've been beside the member for 4 years on the other side when there, and he's asked this question here. We've talked, we've looked at this, trying to find options there. The biggest challenge right now is our benefit package, and when we're talking to the staff and that's the challenge. They don't want to be lose the benefits, which will then have an impact on finding people to hire people and that. but we've had conversations with the chair. We've looked at it. They have a new chair, my understanding, and we're working with them on it. We would love to be able to do it, but at the same time, we don't want to cause due stress to the staff that work there. So for further clarity on what some of the stuff that's being done on a day-to-day basis or week-to-week or month-to-month, I will turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the IWB doesn't report to any of this, like it doesn't report to the Waters group. It reports to the Director of Finance to maintain to make sure that they are as independent as possible. We have committed to the previous chair, and that commitment stands with the chair now, that we will deal with this through the process to amend the Waters Act, because it's going to require an amendment, and that we will review and discuss the transition of staff to the IWB through attrition, and the option of establishing a reporting structure. That they've asked us to look at multiple options, and we've said that we will discuss it when we're doing the Waters Act amendments, because that's where we would need to make those changes. There are concerns from a labor relations perspective, and we want to make sure that we're doing it through that process, and we'll be engaging with all those that we need to discuss this item with. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. No, I appreciate the level of detail that's been provided by the Deputy Minister. I just worried that this may not happen in my lifetime. So, look, I want to get these guys as independent as they possibly can and away from GNWT. So I think that's a shared objective, but I really hope that we can make some progress before I pass away. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does the Minister have any comments?
I hope he doesn't pass away for a long, long time. I like the guy. I appreciate his tenacity when it comes to working for the people. So, yeah, hopefully we can get it done sooner than later. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under information items? Seeing none, I'll get members to please return now to the departmental summary found on page 69. Environment and Natural Resource Operation Expenditures Total Department 2021-2022 main estimates $97,874,000. Does the committee agree? Mr. Norn.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Environment and Natural Resources at this time. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. Consideration of Department of Environment and Natural Resource 2021-2022 main estimates. Operating expenditures total department is deferred. Does committee agree? Okay. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. What is the wish of committee, Mr. Norn?
Madam Chair, I move that the Chair rise and report progress.
The motion is in order. The motion is non-debatable. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress. Thank you. The committee is now adjourned.
Order, order. Sound like everybody was having fun in Committee of the Whole today. May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, please, member for Nunavut Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 286-19-2 main estimates 2021-2022, and I would like to report progress with one motion carried. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seconder, member for Tunde-Welde. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion's carried. Third reading the bills. Third reading the bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Wednesday, March 10th, 2021, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions 638, 19-2, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committee on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motions, motion 30-19-2, notices of motion for first reading of bills. First reading of bills, Bill 23, an act to amend the Public Utilities Act. Second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters. Bills 3, 12, 13, 14, 16, and 20. Committee reports 8, 9, and 10. Minister statements 77. Table documents 165, 166, 167, 286. Report of Committee of the Whole. Third reading of bills. Orders of the day.
This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, March 10th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m.